Alrighty, we're going to begin this morning. This is day 4 of the hearing in EIB 25-23, the Clean Transportation Fuels Program. We begin this morning with the department's second panel, unless anyone has a preliminary matter they'd like to raise. Ms. Sona?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer. Before this panel begins, NMED would like to raise as a matter of transparency and to efficiently assist the parties and the board with cross-examination of this panel, the fact that during rebuttal testimony, the department is intending to disclose information in advance. Let me restate that. I don't know if my coffee's kicked in yet. The department would like to disclose in advance an aspect of anticipated rebuttal testimony. As has been raised in written testimony and revealed in the last few days of this hearing, certain additional modeling may address some of the speculation of the parties and the board. As Director Miano's testimony addressed, New Mexico's NMVES in 20.2.91 NMEC and the federal Phase 3 greenhouse gas tailpipe emission standards are prevailing law in the department's perspective. And so the department did not model alternative scenarios. This was due to the time and effort and resources, as well as the challenges of modeling speculative changes in policy. However, due to the increasing concerns about recent developments, the department has set committed resources to analyzing a case where those policies may no longer be on the books. And so, as has been established with prior testimony, questions regarding rebuttal testimony and evidence are outside the scope of questioning, but we wanted to offer this information because we think it will assist the parties and the board in framing the scope of their questions and to help ensure that this part of the hearing is completed in a timely manner.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Sona. Ms. Nixon.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer and members of the board. I'm going to give Kelsey a little bit of a break and introduce this panel. So on behalf of the department, we would like to call our next panel, which will consist of Michael Ford, Matthew Drews, and John Kopal.
All right, I'll ask you each in turn to state and spell your name, both first and last.
Okay. I'll start. First name, Michael, that's Michael. Last name is Ford, like the car.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Matthew Drews. First name, Matthew. Last name, Drews.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is John Kopal, John Koupal.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Nixon.
Good morning, Mr. Ford. Can you please tell us where you are employed?
Good morning. I am a climate economist for the New Mexico Environment Department's Climate Change Bureau.
And how long have you worked for the department?
I am coming up on my 2-year anniversary.
What roles have you held at NMED?
I have been the climate economist throughout.
And what are your job duties?
My job duties include working with projections and modeling of the economic impact of our policies, focusing on workforce development to train a workforce statewide to take advantage of new jobs in the clean energy sector, other aspects of modeling, data research, energy market analysis, and the impacts of the effects of climate change.
And Mr. Ford, can you describe for us your educational qualifications from high school forward?
Ooh, that's a long time ago. Yes, I have a Bachelor of the Arts with a major in economics, minor in Spanish from Earlham College. I have a master's in public policy from the University of Chicago, and I have an MA in environmental and resource economics from the University of New Mexico.
Mr. Ford, have you previously testified as an expert before?
No,
Is NMED Exhibit number 74 a copy of your resume?
it is.
And before we move on, Mr. Ford, just to clarify, do you have any corrections to your resume?
I do have one correction. I stated in my resume I am a PhD candidate in environmental and resource economics at the University of New Mexico, which is true. I neglected to mention that in pursuing my PhD, I also earned my MA, my master's in environmental and resource economics. I was very focused on what was ahead of me and did not adequately consider what I had accomplished already.
And Mr. Ford, is NMED Exhibit number 73 a copy of your written testimony?
It is.
Do you have any corrections to NMED Exhibit number 73?
I do not.
Do you adopt NMED Exhibit number 73 as your testimony here today?
I do.
Mr. Ford, can you tell us who authored NMED Exhibit number 75, the Overview of Anticipated Projects, Jobs, and Benefits Report?
That would be Adelante Consulting.
And was NMED Exhibit number 75 prepared for the department for purposes to estimate potential job creation opportunities as a result of New Mexico's Clean Transportation Fuel Program?
Yes, with a clarification. Mr. Drews, to my left, published a benefits cost analysis that he will be discussing today. That benefits cost analysis took a conservative, and by conservative I mean low benefits and high costs. And in this case, the low benefits side of it is Mr. Drews conservatively in his benefits cost analysis estimated only those jobs that were from fuel supply equipment that is directly supported with program credits. Adelante's report, they focused on the potential for jobs in addition to those that are estimated in the benefits cost analysis from other potential facilities. And so I mentioned that because it helps put the framing of the jobs numbers and the benefits cost analysis in context, that they are very much a lowball estimate, and that there are potentially many, many more jobs, some of which are for facilities that are already permitted and planning to commence operations, that we explicitly do not count to be conservative in the benefits cost analysis.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Ford. And in talking about the benefit cost analysis, which is NMED's Exhibit number 78, is it fair to say that questions about how NMED used that analysis will be directed to you, whereas the more in-detail questions will generally be best for Mr. Drews?
Yes, that is correct. I will be working in sales, Mr. Drews, in the technical department, if you will.
And Mr. Ford, have you prepared a summary of your written testimony for today?
I have.
Would you please go ahead and present that?
I will. Thank you. Good morning, board members. I'm here to speak with you all today to discuss the economic effects of New Mexico's Clean Transportation Fuels Program, which I will refer to as the CTFP. Thank you for this opportunity. The CTFP is New Mexico's first market mechanism. It sets an objective environmental standard for which regulated parties may achieve compliance by working together to reduce emissions at minimum cost and maximum benefit to their businesses and the public at large. I will say that working on this has made my economist friends very jealous. Like many of them, I have years of experience working in energy and environmental resource economics, as well as a master's in the field from the University of New Mexico. During my time in the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the Bureau of Land Management, Sandia National Laboratory, and Carbon Solutions, LLC, I have waited patiently for opportunities like this one, to advocate for smart policy that focuses on cooperating with regulated parties and the public to address urgent issues while improving rather than sacrificing the public's economic, social, and physical health. Often this involves deep dives into complicated issues with multiple impacts on people, property, and the environment.
Mr. Ford, that's a pretty good pace. Just keep it slow.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple cups of coffee this morning. These can be tough to anticipate and even more challenging to summarize in a limited time frame. Nonetheless, that is precisely what I aim to do with my time here today. I will go over how the CTFP works, review existing research on how environmental policies impact retail fuel prices, and discuss the implications of this research for the CTFP. Lastly, I will put the retail fuel price discussion in context, examining the CTFP's larger fuel market impacts, as well as its effects on the economic vitality, employment, air quality, health, and greenhouse gas emissions from the fuels that New Mexicans like me use to get around each day. My aim is to give everyone a more detailed understanding of the revised proposed new rules impact across each of these areas and so many aspects of life for New Mexicans. Before that, though, I don't want to bury the lead. The revised proposed new rule focuses on reducing the carbon intensity of transportation fuels in New Mexico. It does not limit the amount of fuels that New Mexicans consume, nor how much New Mexicans travel. Nor does it mandate what fuels we use or apply to anyone other than regulated parties that produce, import, or dispense transportation fuels for use in New Mexico. It is a collaborative policy that uses market incentives, yes, but to achieve hard programmatic targets to reduce transportation carbon intensity. In doing so, the CTFP allows transportation fuel greenhouse gas emissions to decrease in the benefits cost analysis that Mr. Drews will be describing, without prescribing or restricting travel in New Mexico. Even with my limited time, this merits emphasis. The benefits cost analysis authored by Mr. Drews projects that the CTFP generates verifiable, quantifiable greenhouse gas reductions between 10.5 and 22.4 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, even as statewide travel increases by 20%. As noted in Bureau Chief Borchardt's testimony, the CTFP creates a system wherein regulated parties incur credits or deficits. These are based on their fuel pathways' well-to-wheel carbon intensities, as detailed in the testimony of Dr. Rasso. Regulated parties with deficits must purchase credits to offset them and satisfy their CTFP compliance obligation. Regulated parties can position themselves for success in the CTFP by reducing the cost of producing, importing, and dispensing low carbon intensity fuels for use in New Mexico through investment, innovation, and deployment of tomorrow's clean fuel technologies in our state. Experience in 3 U.S. states with CTFP-like policies, California, Oregon, and Washington state, can provide some insight into how this policy may play out. In these 3 states, CTFP-like programs have given rise to highly liquid credit markets where numerous regulated parties with a balance of credits compete for the business of net deficit holders, seeking to purchase these credits at a minimum cost. A bevy of alternative fuel pathways have proliferated in these programs as carbon intensity targets have become stricter with time. As of July 2025, there were 1,073 active alternative fuel pathways in California from 298 different companies, 496 active alternative fuel pathways in Oregon from 75 different companies, and 339 active alternative fuel pathways in Washington State, whose program is just 2 years old. It is both fair and relevant to ask how and to what degree the CTFP would impact transportation fuel consumers in New Mexico. That is why, while providing market incentives that leverage competition and innovation to spur increasingly efficient methods of reducing greenhouse gas emissions to generate program credits, The revised proposed new rule also contains regulatory safeguards to protect against credit price volatility. These safeguards are most important for low-income households in New Mexico, who spend proportionately more of their income on transportation fuel than the overall average. Bureau Chief Borchardt's testimony highlights 3 cost containment mechanisms in the CTFP. First, the CTFP allows for credit banking, in which regulated parties may carry forward surplus credits into future periods as protection against the risk of future scarcity, or as an opportunity to earn a greater return on their investment in credit-generating fuels and infrastructure. This banking option smooths out markets and protects against price volatility. Second, the revised proposed new rule includes provisions for NMED to defer the CTFP in response to forecasted or emergency conditions. Such conditions may include force majeure, credit shortages, supply chain disruptions, or other unforeseen circumstances. A third containment measure is the credit clearance market. If multiple regulated parties cannot offset deficits with purchase credits over the course of a compliance period, calendar year, NMED may declare a credit clearance market by May 31st. The credit clearance market effectively works like an open auction and would operate from June 1st until July 31st. The CTFP includes provisions to ensure that the credit clearance market has a high volume of available credits at a maximum price cap. This facilitates compliance with the standard at minimal burden to regulated parties. Further, the maximum price cap for the credit clearance market is set at an inflation-adjusted social cost of carbon that is consistent with peer-reviewed research commissioned by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. NMED, New Mexico Environment Department, set the credit clearance market price cap at the social cost of carbon to ensure that the real cost of credits under the CTFP do not exceed at any point the benefit of avoided greenhouse gas emissions. Although the CTFP market facilitates market mechanisms and includes these multiple regulatory safeguards, there is very valid concern regarding pass-through of the program's credit costs to the retail price of deficit-generating fuels like gasoline and diesel. Gasoline and diesel price changes disproportionately impact low-income and underserved households, motivating inclusion of the safeguards that I have noted. Some information on this matter is available from the 3 states with CTFP-like policies. In California, this includes research from Stillwater Associates, Seymour 2021, using oil price information service data. In Oregon and Washington, it includes legislatively mandated annual program cost reports. These analyses that I have mentioned all use a straightforward formula to calculate program costs. This formula normalizes the cost that deficit generators pay for credits purchased to offset their compliance obligation per gallon of gasoline equivalent for finished gasoline and diesel. Calculating the estimated programmatic retail price effects in this way involves only 2 moving pieces: the carbon intensity of these fuels relative to each year's standard and that year's credit prices. It also includes constants like energy density, assumed blend rates with lower carbon intensity fuels, and the presumption of 100% pass-through of credit purchasing costs to retail fuel prices. This last factor, the pass-through rate, represents the portion of any programmatic costs that regulated parties bear that are reflected in the fuel price that consumers ultimately pay. This is a matter of great importance because of its centrality to the financial and economic well-being of New Mexicans. There are 3 critical factors, often overlooked, in the discourse on pass-through rates that must be considered in accurately gauging this issue. Firstly, it is imperative to recognize that in practice, retail gasoline and diesel prices result from a complex process that occurs over multiple stages between when a regulated party incurs clean fuels policy compliance obligations and when a driver puts gasoline or diesel in their tank. In its analysis of California's low carbon fuel standard, Stillmore Associates, it's Seymour 2021, caveats findings with the note that ultimate retail price effects can vary depending on market dynamics across the petroleum fuel supply chain. This points to a critical consideration regarding the link between clean fuels policies and the price at the pump. The California Energy Commission found in a 2022 analysis of U.S. Energy Information Administration and Oil Price Information Service data that the following four factors explained 87% of California's retail gasoline prices: crude oil costs, distribution and marketing costs and profits, refining costs and profits, and fuel taxes like the federal and state excise tax. A time series regression analysis by Bates White found that crude oil prices plus other costs and taxes explained 90% of regular gasoline prices under the California Low Carbon Fuel Standard from 2011 to 2022. The remaining 10%, they found, came from unexplained factors that are not linked to clean fuels policies. Now, this does not definitively mean there is no effect of clean fuels policies on the price at the pump. However, it does demonstrate that their relative effect on these prices, when stacked up against major contributors across the petroleum supply chain, can be too small to distinguish at times from random error terms. This makes it difficult to neatly attribute the impact that clean fuels policies have on retail gasoline and diesel prices in a way that might be implied from a direct reading of the results from these aforementioned reports. The second and third considerations relevant to potential CTFP pass-through effects are opportunities for gasoline and diesel suppliers to earn credits from biofuels blending, as noted in Oregon's annual fuel cost estimate report, and the fact that clean fuels program credits directly fund competing transportation fuels, as noted in Washington State's annual fuel cost estimate report. Each of these two impacts can limit the degree of pass-through for gasoline and diesel. They are not properly accounted for when taking the results of a 100% pass-through rate estimate at face value without relevant context. So then, what is the right pass-through rate to assume? To get to the heart of this question, NMED conducted a review of pass-through rate literature. Primarily, this review, as detailed in my testimony, largely focuses on pass-through rates as they relate to gasoline and diesel fuel excise taxes. Largely, this is because whereas only 3 other U.S. states have a CTFP-like policy, every U.S. state and territory has an excise tax on gasoline and diesel, in addition to the federal excise tax. Although different in many ways, excise taxes, like the CTFP compliance obligations, are generally levied on the first fuel reporting entity. This makes studies of excise taxes the closest and best analogy, given the large available body of data on them and their similar point of application in the transportation fuel supply chain. Most research on this topic focuses on estimating these pass-through rates either directly or indirectly by determining the price responsiveness of gasoline and diesel demand. This responsiveness, or demand price elasticity, measures how much consumers can adjust their purchasing of a product in response to its price changing. Studies making a direct estimation show that pass-through rates can vary widely. For example, Kaufman 2019 analyzes pre- and post-gasoline tax prices for several states and finds that pass-through rates range from a 5.9 to a 354% ratio given a rise or fall in gasoline excise taxes. When looking at excise taxes, the main takeaway is that pass-through rates depend on numerous factors. Indeed, often and perhaps somewhat counterintuitively, pass-through rates are greatest in competitive markets where existing prices are lowest. In these competitive markets, suppliers cannot afford to internalize the cost of policy impacts because they have already thin margins. As such, they must raise prices to cover the cost of any new policies and avoid loss making. Conversely, in less competitive gasoline and diesel retail markets, suppliers often initially charge higher prices that are closer to what the market will bear, even if that is above their cost to supply their product. Where market structure is more monopolistic in this way, consumers are ironically more primed to respond to pass-through by pulling back demand. Such price elasticity generally limits pass-through rates in less competitive markets, although this will always depend on demand price elasticity and supply price elasticity. Pass-through rates vary by place. Hurtado 2023 finds that they will be near 100% at gas stations near the border with a state that has lower excise taxes, but only around 75% at gas stations near the border of a state with higher taxes. Svetanov 2024 finds that pass-through rates will be lower for isolated rural areas. This is consistent with Spiller, Stevens, and Chen 2017, who find that rural areas tend to have a greater demand price elasticity, so it's more difficult to pass the costs of a new policy through to them. Killian and Zhu, 2024, find that consumer demand is most price elastic in states like New Mexico that are lower income, have a low urban population share, a high number of vehicles per capita, and less commuting by public transit. Pass-through rates can also vary by time. For example, Marion and Muliger, 2011, find that pass-through rates for state and federal gasoline and diesel are lower during times of high seasonal demand, when prices are already higher and suppliers have more market power. In general, the more market share that fuel suppliers have, the more that they are already charging what the market will bear. Consumers will generally have greater relative demand elasticity in such cases, as suppliers have already squeezed margins from them up to a near breaking point before any new policies come into play. This limits pass-through from the cost of any new policy like the CTFP. However, for context, even if one were to ignore all these caveats and assume 100% pass-through, CTFP program effects on fuel costs appear small next to those of primary gasoline and diesel price drivers. Indeed, the benefit cost analysis's projected peak in 2030 of per gallon credits with 100% pass-through amount to 16.9 and 17.5 cents per gallon of gasoline equivalent for gas and diesel respectively. But this price impact would be only a small fraction of that year's difference in projected retail gasoline prices between the U.S. Energy Information Administration's 2025 annual outlook low and high oil price cases. Further, they amount to less than 1/6 of the $1.075 per gallon average annual weekly range of U.S. retail gasoline prices from 1995 to 2024. So when we debate the impacts of this policy, the entirety of what we are discussing can rapidly be eclipsed by global and national market changes. Running low on time here, so thus far my testimony has focused on retail fuel prices. This is fully justified given their importance to New Mexico's working families. But it's far from the only important connection between the revised proposed new rule and New Mexico's public interest. As discussed in the testimonies of Mr. Drews and Mr. Kupal, this benefits cost analysis finds that the CTFP's total benefits through 2040 provide $2.72 of benefits for every dollar of cost. I'll let Mr. Drews and Mr. Kupal cover the portions of testimony that specifically apply from the benefits cost analysis and from the air quality effects, respectively, and skip to job creation. The job creation, infrastructure development, and resultant economic activity spurred in the state by the CTFP are key factors to consider in how the revised proposed new rule will shape New Mexico's social, economic, and cultural landscape. Whereas the infrastructure to supply New Mexicans with fossil fuels, like gasoline and diesel, is largely in place, new infrastructure is needed to allow for the provision of alternative fuels. This includes new fuel supply equipment for dispensing fuels like electricity, hydrogen, and compressed natural gas. It also includes greater sales of drop-in fuels for combustion engine vehicles, like biodiesel, renewable diesel, and higher ethanol blends that could be accommodated at gasoline and diesel pumps and storage tanks. New jobs may also come from building infrastructure such as biofuel refineries, pipelines, and storage facilities that could be built in-state, as well as anaerobic digesters for producing renewable natural gas. To remain consistent with using conservative benefit cost assumptions, the benefits cost analysis did not include any direct jobs from such facilities, only the fuel supply equipment built with support under the CTFP. Just building and maintaining such facilities resulted in between 581 and 1,566 cumulative full-time employees from 2026 to 2024, where a full-time employee represents the employment of one employee for 1 year in professions like electrical installation, electrical maintenance and repair, and general construction labor, offering ladders up to the middle class for New Mexico's workforce. To better understand what additional jobs from CTFP may occur beyond those counted in the benefit cost analysis, Adelante Consulting identified 16 regulated parties that had plans for 19 new projects directly related to or supported by the CTFP. Adelante conservatively estimated that these projects could create 274 new jobs over the next 15 years. Income from these jobs could reach $20 million annually and $212 million through 2040. In sum, the CTFP provides New Mexico with a unique opportunity to take a leadership role in driving down emissions from its transportation sector. Doing so will allow the state to accelerate greenhouse gas reductions in line with statewide climate targets, while improving health outcomes for New Mexicans and seizing the opportunity to create new jobs and gain a foothold in the fastest growing segments of the transportation and energy economies. Further, it protects New Mexico consumers by spurring the innovation, adoption, and deployment of the transportation fuel infrastructure and technologies that the state needs to fortify its economy. And finally, methods to estimate the CTFP retail price impact require analysis with a critical lens. Often studies to quantify such costs do so using an assumed 100% pass-through rate, that rather than using rates that are developed and verified with rigorous statistical analysis. These studies generally include critical caveats to their findings that interested parties may ignore when presenting the results for a designated purpose. Even when one does assume full pass-through, there are geopolitical, logistical, and sector-specific factors that comprise the main drivers of gasoline and diesel retail price formation. In fact, clean fuels policies can help mitigate some of these drivers and reduce price volatility because they reduce reliance on any one fuel technology,
strengthening New Mexico's resilience and energy independence. Although the benefit cost analysis does not quantify such effects of reducing exposure to volatility, it does quantify what the CTFP does in creating new jobs and reducing greenhouse gas and criteria pollutant emissions. Even under conservative, low benefit, and high cost assumptions, it finds that the revised proposed new rule is clearly beneficial to the state and the planet. And with that, I thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Mr. Drews, can you please tell us where you were employed? Sorry, should have accounted for that.
Yes, I am a director in the energy and climate practice at Berkeley Research Group, sometimes known as BRG.
And what type of services does the Berkeley Research Group, or BRG, provide?
We provide a variety of advisory and expert witness services across numerous sectors, including healthcare, finance, economics, and energy and climate, which is my focus.
And how long have you worked for BRG?
I have been employed at BRG since October of 2020, so coming up on 5 years.
And what roles have you held during your employment at BRG?
I have remained working in the energy and climate practice for the length of my time there. Due to promotions, I've held the titles of Senior Managing Consultant, Associate Director, and Director during that time.
And what are your current job duties at BRG?
I advise clients on a variety of impacts from energy markets and energy policy, mostly in the clean fuels and electric power sectors. My work encompasses advisory for both public and private sector clients, and can include large energy consumers, utilities, state agencies, as well as financial interests.
And Mr. Drews, where did you work before you worked at BRG?
Immediately prior to BRG, I was working at Chevron. And prior to that, I worked at another consulting firm known as Navigant Consulting.
What were your job duties at Chevron?
I worked across a variety of different roles, several of which involved components of policies similar to the CTFP. Those roles included my time in downstream headquarters, which focuses on Chevron's refining and marketing operations, corporate mergers and acquisitions, where, among other things, I looked at potential acquisition targets for that could include benefits for compliance with these types of programs. And in Chevron's climate strategy group, in addition, I worked for some period in an upstream role focused on oil and gas production.
Thank you, Mr. Drews. I'm going to ask you to go back in time with us and describe your educational qualifications from high school forward.
Should I include high school there?
If you want to.
I do have a high school degree from. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Economics and History, and a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics, all from the University of Texas at Austin. And I have a Master's of Business Administration from the University of Chicago.
Thank you. Have you previously testified as an expert before?
I have not.
Is NMED Exhibit number 77 a copy of your resume?
It is.
Do you have any corrections to your resume?
I do not.
And is Exhibit number 76 a written narrative of your testimony?
It is.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony that was pre-filed in this matter?
I do not.
Do you adopt NMED Exhibit number 76 as your testimony today?
I do.
Thank you. And did you author NMED Exhibit number 78, the New Mexico Clean Transportation Fuel Program Benefit Cost Analysis?
I did.
And Mr. Drews, have you prepared a summary of your written testimony today?
I have.
Would you please go ahead and present that for us?
Yes. Good morning, Chair Sweeney, members of the board. My name is Matthew Drews, and I am a director in the Energy and Climate Practice at Berkeley Research Group, or BRG. I'm here to testify to the economic analysis that my team and I provided to the New Mexico Environment Department tied to the proposed rule. I've worked in the energy and environmental field for over 10 years and have been advising clients and employers on comparable policies to the CTFP since 2018.
Keep it slow.
Okay. Before joining BRG, I worked for Chevron Corporation in a variety of roles, including in downstream headquarters, corporate mergers and acquisitions, and climate strategy, where I advised internal state decision makers on commercial, financial, and strategic considerations related to comparable policies to the CTFP, particularly the California Low Carbon Fuel Standard, or LCFS. Prior to joining BRG, I also worked for Navigant Consulting, where I performed economic analyses of energy and environmental policies for public and private sector clients, advised clients on the technical and economic considerations associated with decarbonization strategies, and assisted clients in preparing and understanding outlooks for energy markets and on commercial and economic considerations of both higher and lower carbon energy assets. Since joining BRG in 2020, I have supported numerous clients in policy analysis, decarbonization strategy, and the operation and forecasting of energy markets and assets operating in those markets, among other matters. In 2022, I performed or oversaw substantial portions of the Washington Department of Ecology's independent cost-benefit analysis of the Washington Clean Fuel Standard, or CFS, the most recently adopted comparable policy to the CTFP. I have also performed or overseen the production of fuel supply forecasts for the Washington Department of Commerce since 2022, which periodically project the availability of fuels in Washington necessary for compliance with Washington's Clean Fuel Program requirements. I would like to begin by providing regulatory context for the analysis my team and I undertook for NMED. New Mexico has a number of laws on the books to decarbonize the state's transportation sector, including the new motor vehicle emission standards, or NMVES, and the New Mexico Renewable Portfolio Standard, or RPS. NMVES sets targets for the number of zero-emission vehicles delivered for sale in the state annually. The New Mexico RPS sets targets for renewable and zero-carbon electricity in the state, which will reduce the carbon intensity of the state's power sector and in turn of the state's growing electric vehicle fleet over time. CTFP complements these policies by accelerating decarbonization of the New Mexico transportation sector and by economically supporting the transition to zero and low emission vehicles. The policy provides immediate economic incentives to New Mexico fuel suppliers to adopt lower carbon transportation fuels and critical economic support for the development of low carbon fueling infrastructure in the state. My team and I prepared a benefit cost analysis, or BCA, of the CTFP for NMED alongside the team at Eastern Research Group. This analysis found that the policy's benefits, particularly those benefits associated with greenhouse gas emissions reductions, outweigh its costs, and that the CTFP is a cost-effective way to decarbonize the state's transportation sector. The BCA finds that the policy yields benefits of $2.6 billion on a discounted basis from 2026 to 2040, compared with $0.9 billion in costs. The CTFP provides economic incentives to switch from higher carbon intensity to lower carbon intensity fuels. In the short term, the BCA shows the CTFP causes immediate changes in the state's fuel markets and reductions in the state's transportation greenhouse gas sector emissions by incentivizing the use of drop-in fuels like biodiesel and renewable diesel, among others. The immediate benefit is enhanced by the availability of credit banking under the CTFP, which incentivizes early compliance with the policy to build a bank and limit credit supply and price risk. This immediate shift has been observed empirically in other states with comparable programs. The BCA also shows meaningful levels of renewable energy credit or retirement by New Mexico utilities looking to increase electricity credit generation, which provides additional revenue to that the utilities can and must use to further expand and economically support low carbon transportation access in the state. Over time, the BCA shows that New Mexico's other policies, in particular NMVES and the RPS, generate rising credit volumes without incremental action. The BCA finds that by 2036, these policies would satisfy CTFP requirements without incremental compliance strategies. The CTFP creates compliance credit markets to incentivize the use of lower carbon intensity fuels under the policy. These credits are tradable and bankable and are awarded to parties which supply lower carbon intensity fuel to New Mexicans. These fuels can be used by regulated parties to offset deficits generated by higher CI fuels, banked by regulated parties for future compliance, or sold to other parties needing them for compliance. These credits represent both the economic benefit in dollars per metric ton of reducing the carbon intensity of transportation fuels and the compliance cost in dollars per metric ton of using higher carbon intensity fuels in the state. The BCA calculates the credit price annually as the cost in dollars per metric ton of the highest cost incremental activity undertaken to achieve compliance. This cost is found to be shifting from fossil to renewable diesel from 2026 to 2035 and narrows over time due to U.S. government forecasted trends in the relative prices of diesel and the agricultural feedstocks used to produce renewable diesel. These credit prices in part flow through to consumer fuel prices, as discussed by my co-panelist, Michael Ford. While the policy may impact consumer fuel prices, the scope of this impact depends on many other factors and is less than the scope of larger fuel price drivers like crude oil prices, refining costs, distribution and marketing costs, or federal and state excise taxes. The CTFP also expands access to non-internal combustion engine vehicles for consumers in the state, which reduces sensitivity to volatile gasoline and diesel prices. From 2026 to 2040, my modeling shows that the policy will yield 10.5 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in avoided New Mexico transportation sector emissions above the NMVES baseline forecasts, and a substantially larger number of emissions reductions when accounting for NMVES as well. Because the NMVES baseline forecast itself has declining annual emissions, absolute emissions declines from the 2018 baseline are significantly higher. As I detail in my report, the federal government has provided a peer-reviewed methodology called the social cost of carbon to convert the societal benefits of avoided greenhouse gas emissions to monetized benefits. While these benefits are not specific to New Mexico, they do represent the monetized value of New Mexico's avoided contributions to global climate change due to the CTFP.
Slow down a little.
Thank you. Using the social cost of carbon methodology, my analysis translates the benefits of these avoided greenhouse gas emissions to a discounted total monetized benefit of $2.44 billion from 2026 to 2040. These benefits are additional to the health benefits to New Mexicans of avoided criteria air pollutants, which I have included in my total benefits calculations and are discussed in greater detail by my co-panelist, John Kupal. The CTFP provides a number of opportunities to support employment in the state. The BCA takes a conservative view of accounting for these benefits, attributing only fuel supply equipment jobs which are directly economically supported by fuel supply equipment credits under the CTFP. This analysis finds that the CTFP will support 581 full-time employees from 2026 to 2040 for fuel supply equipment construction, installation, and maintenance, where a full-time employee represents one employee working full-time for 1 year. There are a much larger number of fuel supply equipment jobs which are excluded from the BCA as being attributable to NMVES, but which are economically supported by the CTFP, including the installation of residential charging equipment for single and multifamily homes. Similarly, the BCA does not account for the jobs created by incremental transmission and distribution infrastructure for electricity, natural gas, or hydrogen to supply fuel supply equipment. Additionally, the BCA models incremental renewable energy certificates as being a key compliance strategy, which will necessitate the construction of new renewable power generators. While the BCA conservatively does not attribute jobs from this electricity to the CTFP due to the interstate nature of New Mexico's electricity markets and the possibility that some of these facilities will be built outside the state. Given the state's excellent wind and solar potential, it is highly likely that many of these facilities will be built in New Mexico. The BCA also does not attribute any incremental value to lower carbon fuel facilities, which may be built due to the CTFP. The potential for these facilities is discussed in detail in the report by Adelante Consulting filed in this docket, and further discussed in Michael Ford's testimony. Lastly, the BCA does not attribute any incremental jobs which may accompany project credit generation in the state, such as increased employment in the state's oil and gas sector to reduce the carbon intensity of production facilities to generate credits. Any jobs from these activities would be incremental to what I present today. The CTFP is a feasible policy for New Mexico. The technology-neutral, market-based attributes of the policy allow companies and individuals to find the best solutions that work for them and to adapt these solutions as technology and commodity prices change over time. CTFP policies have worked in other states which have implemented them. Each of the 3 states with similar policies have managed to overcomply with existing regulations through the end of 2024. The CTFP is also self-supporting and supporting of other New Mexico policies while being independent of these policies. The program would generate revenue to help finance the infrastructure needed to both ensure the CTFP's feasibility and the feasibility of New Mexico's transportation decarbonization policies more broadly. This concludes my testimony today. I appreciate the time and attention you have given to consideration of adopting the CTFP. I want to end by summarizing a few key points. The CTFP will cause immediate reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in New Mexico while delivering health benefits and unlocking new jobs. These benefits, when monetized, exceed the net increase in fuel costs in New Mexico by a factor of approximately 2.7 to 1. The CTFP will provide economic support for the build-out of transportation infrastructure to support other New Mexico policies like NMVES and make low-carbon transportation infrastructure accessible to all New Mexicans. The CTFP is a feasible, market-based approach which provides flexible compliance pathways and spurs new opportunities for investment in the state's economy. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Mr. Drews.
Thank you, Mr. Drews. And I believe that Mr. Kupal does have a PowerPoint presentation, so he's going to get that up on the screen for us just real quick.
Okay, it's not sharing in slideshow mode. I'm not sure why that is. Let's see.
So go ahead and share, and then choose entire screen,
Okay.
and then select the screen, and then share, and then change to the PowerPoint, and hit present.
There we go.
Thank you, Dr. Rasso. All right, Mr. Kupal, can you please tell us where you are employed?
I'm employed with Eastern Research Group, or ERG.
And what type of services does ERG provide?
ERG is a consulting firm that provides expertise in environmental, energy, economic, and public health issues, primarily to federal, state, local government clients.
And how long have you worked for ERG?
Since 2012.
This might be a loaded question, but what roles have you held at ERG?
I've been a principal engineer and more recently vice president, and as of this year, the lead of ERG's clean transportation practice. And during the course of those years, led multiple projects focused on vehicle emissions research, modeling, policy development, trainings, and the like.
What are your current job duties?
My current job duties include managing the portfolio of ERG's clean transportation practice, which cut across field research and vehicle modeling and analysis, policy support and development, communications, and general support for clients in that space.
And Mr. Kupal, where did you work before you were employed by ERG?
Prior to ERG, I worked for 22 years for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Office of Transportation and Air Quality.
I'm going to ask you to take us back in time and describe your educational qualifications from high school forward as well.
Okay, I also do want to note that in addition to those 22 years at EPA, I worked 2 years for Nissan Research and Development.
Thank you for that.
So following high school, I went to the University of Michigan, where I received a bachelor's in industrial and operations engineering.
Have you previously testified as an expert before?
I have.
How many times have you testified as an expert before?
Once.
Is NMED Exhibit number 81 a copy of your resume?
It is.
Do you have any corrections to your resume?
I do not.
Is NMED Exhibit number 80 a written narrative of your testimony?
It is.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony that was pre-filed?
I do not.
Do you adopt NMED Exhibit number 80 as your testimony today?
I do.
And did you author NMED Exhibit number 82, which is titled The Regulatory Analysis for New Mexico's Clean Transportation Fuel Program?
Yes, along with a group of experts at ERG.
And Mr. Kupal, have you prepared a written summary of your testimony today?
I have.
And as we can see on the screen, it's correct that you have prepared a PowerPoint presentation to accompany that oral testimony, correct?
That's right.
All right, Mr. Kupal, we would love to hear that summary and see your PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Suina, Vice Chair Trujillo, and members of the board. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you this morning. Hard to believe, but September marks 36 years that I've been in the vehicle emissions space, working in a variety of areas, as I've just discussed: vehicle emissions research, analysis, modeling, policy development, including several years working for US EPA supporting major Clean Air Act regulations.
You know what I'm going to ask you.
I do, yes. Major Clean Air Act regulations for looking at clean vehicles and fuels, looking at technology, feasibility studies, and looking at assessing the benefits of various rules, including the renewable fuel standard that EPA passed over 10 years ago. New Mexico Environmental Department has retained ERG to conduct environmental and economic analyses of CTFP and for me to provide today's testimony. Drawing from these analyses, today I will lay out the environmental case for adopting the CTFP and show how the benefits of enacting CTFP outweigh the associated costs more than 2 to 1. I will also discuss how we develop carbon intensities, or CIs, for the rule, focusing on the methods used to tailor CI values to New Mexico. My testimony today will focus on the regulatory impact analysis performed by ERG, documented in NMED Exhibit 82. This report is the work of several experts in ERG's Life Cycle Services, Economics, and Clean Transportation groups, listed as co-authors in the report. Our team developed fuel carbon intensities that are the foundation of the rule and that form the basis for projections of greenhouse gas reductions from the CTFP itself and for the CTFP plus NMVES policy suite. We estimated the criteria and ozone precursor emission reductions from these programs and quantified the monetized value of health benefits to New Mexicans as a result of these emission reductions. Finally, in conjunction with our colleagues at BRG, we conducted economic analyses to quantify benefits and costs of the program. I want to begin today by focusing on how the proposed rule supports New Mexico's progress toward climate action and cleaner air. New Mexico Executive Order 2019-003 lays out the state's climate resilience goals to reduce economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions by at least 45% below 2005 levels by 2030, and to achieve economy-wide net zero emissions by 2050. Unfortunately, as shown on the chart, these targets are already in jeopardy. An analysis published late last year projects that New Mexico will fall short of the 2030 target by 12 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent, with policies currently on the books, including NMVES. Transportation sector is projected to account for 22% of New Mexico's greenhouse gas emissions in 2025, just the combustion portion of those emissions, to clarify. And so it's a significant contributor to New Mexico's overall greenhouse gas inventory. As such, short-term reductions from this sector are critical to stay on track with the state's climate goals.
Gopal, we have another request from the interpreters that you bring it a little more slowly.
Okay. This slide presents the projected GHG benefits of the rule, highlighting how CTFP and NMVES work as a system to effectively reduce emissions. Over the years, vehicle tailpipe standards have been very successful in driving down pollution through the introduction of clean vehicles. But this takes time as benefits ramp up while new clean vehicles replace older, dirtier vehicles. As shown in the blue area of the chart, the full benefits of NMVES will not be realized until beyond 2040. And to clarify, NMVES in this case was analyzed based on the Biden era rules, including the Phase 3 heavy-duty rule and multi-pollutant rule published in 2024. In contrast, emission reductions for CTFP, shown in yellow, will be realized starting with vehicles on the road today, as soon as they put cleaner fuels in the tank. In the short term, much of the emission benefit for the combined policy suite is coming from the CTFP. Another advantage of CTFP is the ability to reduce emissions from off-road sources such as construction equipment and agricultural tractors, which we accounted for in our analysis of program benefits. By achieving carbon reductions from vehicles already on the road in New Mexico, our colleagues at BRG project cumulatively that the CTFP will avoid approximately 5.1 million metric tons CO2 equivalent through 2030 and 10.5 million metric tons CO2 equivalent through 2035. In parallel, as clean vehicles enter the fleet under NMVES, the benefit of the combined program grows to 22.4 million metric tons CO2 equivalent by 2040, and as shown on the chart, will continue to grow as long as the fleet is turning over to clean vehicles. Using the latest scientifically peer-reviewed Using the latest scientifically peer-reviewed method of calculating economic benefit of GHG reduction, known as the social cost of carbon, BRG estimates these reductions will translate to a cumulative monetized benefit between $2.4 billion for CTFP and $5 billion for NMVES plus CTFP policy suite through 2040. Achieving the state's greenhouse gas emission reduction targets is critical because New Mexico is already experiencing the effects of climate change. From 1970 to 2018, New Mexico had the largest temperature increase of any state in the continental US, 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit. Projections suggest that within the next 50 years, the annual mean temperature in New Mexico could be 5 to 7 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than it was at the end of the 20th century. Higher temperatures in turn bring increased risk of drought, wildfires, flooding, and snowmelt, threatening the state's economy, health, and quality of life. To cite a few examples, New Mexico's fire season has increased in duration, with 50 more days per year of extreme wildfire risk than 50 years ago. The economic losses from the 2022 Calf Canyon Hermit Peaks wildfire, the most destructive in state history, were estimated over $5 billion. The U.S. Southwest has been experiencing the driest megadrought in the last 1,200 years. The governor's office estimates that New Mexico could lose 25% of its water supply over the next 50 years. This will harm many industries and professions, including the farmers and ranchers who use 80% of the state's freshwater supply. Droughts have a direct correlation to cattle herd size. A 2022 survey of New Mexico cattle ranchers found that 43% had to sell off part of their herd during the prior year. Climate change is also impacting the health of New Mexicans. Smoke from the Calf Canyon Hermit's Peak fire resulted in an 18% increase in air quality-related emergency room visits. The co-benefits of the proposed rule are the reduction of harmful pollutants and tailpipe exhaust that impact the health of New Mexicans every day. These include fine particulate matter, or PM 2.5, oxides of nitrogen, NOx, volatile organic compounds, VOCs, and sulfur dioxide, SO2. These are known as criteria pollutants as they contribute to air pollutants regulated by EPA under the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or NAAQS. The negative health effects of these pollutants are well documented. Diesel exhaust PM has been classified as a carcinogen. Exposure to PM 2.5 has been linked to decreased lung function, cardiovascular and respiratory disease, diabetes, lung cancer, neurological impairments, and premature death. NOx and VOC contribute to ground level ozone, as well as the secondary formation of ambient PM 2.5. Ozone exposure causes lung damage, including new cases of asthma and COPD, and increases the risk of premature death, particularly for older adults. The American Lung Association report card, State of the Air 2025, gives 5 counties in New Mexico an F grade for ozone and 2 an F grade for PM, according to the number of days above the threshold considered healthy, based on the EPA's National Ambient Air Quality Air Standards. Over 1/2 of New Mexicans reside in the counties receiving an F grade. Health effects of air pollution are often assessed at the regional level, but studies report that people who live, work, or go to school near major roadways, in other words, many of us, have even higher rates of respiratory and cardiovascular illness. To estimate the benefits of reducing these criteria pollutants from the rule, we use the latest version of EPA's Motor Vehicle Emission Simulator Model, or MOOS-5, run with New Mexico-specific input data for each county compiled as part of the National Emissions Inventory. We then took these results to generate emission per megajoule emission rates that we could then couple with the fuel quantities and volumes produced by BRG, both with and without the rule, in order to look at the benefits of the rule and the impacts of the rule on these pollutants. Finally, we made updates to the initial MOOS-5 results to account for the emissions impact of fuels based on literature but not currently reflected in MOOS-5. These emission updates focused on extending biodiesel fuel impacts from on-road sources to non-road sources, and also to account for emission impacts from renewable diesel. The reductions in the rule that I'll show on the next slide are driven by renewable diesel emission impacts on legacy on-road and off-road engines. These reductions are based on research conducted by UC Riverside and are shown in the chart on this slide. The research showed that on average, 100% blend of renewable diesel reduced VOCs 40%, reduced PM 2.5 33%, reduced CO 18%, and reduced NOx 5% on legacy engines, which are defined as those before exhaust after treatment systems were required, through model year 2006 for on-road trucks and 2010 for the majority of non-road engines. So these are the dirtiest engines in the fleet, and our estimate is that there are still 60,000 of these trucks on the road in New Mexico who will benefit with clean fuels and see immediate emission reduction. The emission reductions in total by calendar year are shown on this slide for PM, VOC, and NOx for both the NMVES and CTFP program. The NMVES reductions are shown in blue. The CTFP reductions for on-road engines are shown in orange, and the CTFP reductions for non-road engines are shown in green. Like greenhouse gases, the CTFP and NMVES rules complement each other in addressing both ozone and particulate matter benefits. CTFP provides immediate emission reductions for the existing on-road and non-road fleets focused on PM 2.5, whereas the NMVES program emphasizes VOC and NOx reduction from the transition to cleaner vehicles, providing longer-term benefits. We project that the combined policies would reduce New Mexico's NOx emissions 7,000 tons cumulatively through 2050, 6,500 tons of VOC, and 280 tons of PM 2.5. What does this mean in terms of real terms? This means a reduction in the smog and soot in the lungs of New Mexicans. We estimated this by converting the emission reductions I showed in the prior slide into health benefits using EPA's co-benefits risk assessment health impact screening and mapping tool, which luckily has an easier to remember name, COBRA. We used COBRA to estimate the improvements in health outcomes that we show on this slide, which include reduced asthma symptoms and onset, reduced hospital visits, reduced sick days, and reductions in premature death. These health benefits have a monetized impact as well when we consider the reduced burden on the health system and improved productivity with making New Mexicans cleaner. These were monetized using peer-reviewed science underlying EPA's COBRA model, which presents these as a range to reflect two different peer-reviewed methods of assessing health impacts from exposure to harmful air pollutants. For the CTFP scenario, we estimate the cumulative statewide benefits through 2040 to be range from $11 million to $20.8 million. And the combined program shown in this slide, benefits range from $38 million to $51.5 million through 2040. The chart on the right shows the year-to-year benefits and highlights that as with the GHG reductions, CTFP improves health outcomes in the initial years of the program, while the health benefits of NMVES grow over time with the fleet transition to cleaner vehicles. Now I'd like to shift to discussing our analysis of costs and savings of the program for New Mexico's economy, which we conducted in collaboration with BRG. CTFP will affect a wide range of industries. In the fuel market, regulated suppliers generate either credits or deficits from producing, importing, or dispensing transportation fuel for use in New Mexico. Deficits incur costs and credits incur savings, which are detailed in our regulatory impact analysis report. For the fuel market, we also accounted for costs associated with biofuel import, credit banking, and REC retirement. We accounted for other benefits of the CTFP, including jobs related to the build-out and maintenance of fuel supply equipment, or FSE, avoided health damages from criteria pollutant reductions just discussed, and primarily the monetized benefits of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. To estimate costs and savings, we used an industry-standard economic input-output model known as IMPLAN to estimate cost impacts of the CTFP over time. We accounted for three types of economic impacts: direct, indirect, and induced, as I'll explain on the next slide. This slide shows an example of these three effects for a hydrogen fuel producer. Direct effects are the immediate impact of a change on its own sector. In this case, the credits generated by a hydrogen producer. Indirect effects are the impacts on supporting sectors, such as maintenance on the hydrogen fueling equipment or increased electricity demand. And induced effects are the product of changes in labor income resulting from direct and indirect effects. For example, staff who work at a facility generating hydrogen, spending their income within the local economy. As discussed by my co-panelists, we looked at two scenarios for how added costs and savings would be handled by fuel producers. One where we assumed they would all be passed through to the consumer, known as 100% pass-through. This scenario focuses on the household, businesses, and government consumers purchasing fuel at the pump. The other scenario assumed that companies would absorb all additional costs and savings, known as 0% pass-through, which focuses on the fuel industries that would see revenue changes as a result of credit or deficit generation. For the benefit cost analysis, we took the average of those two scenarios, so in effect a 50% pass-through scenario, and I'm showing the benefits and costs summarized on this slide. The first blue line shows the cumulative CTFP benefits and costs. And as Mr. Drews mentioned, we project $2.6 billion in total benefits, led by the monetized benefits of greenhouse gas reduction, but also including the health effect benefits I showed previously and the direct jobs from FSC. This outweighs the cost of the program shown in the middle column by a ratio of 2.7 to 1. The CTFP is therefore projected to deliver $1.7 billion in cumulative net benefits through 2040. For NMVES net benefits shown in the right column, which also account for rural costs, health benefits, and GHG benefits, the combined policies deliver $1.8 billion of net benefits through 2040. Finally, I would like to talk about carbon intensity values that ERG developed for the CTFP and highlight the updates we made to better tailor these values to New Mexico. ERG developed a first iteration of the New Mexico GREET model, NM GREET, starting from R&D GREET in 2023. However, as the name of the model suggests, R&D GREET is focused on research rather than regulatory application. R&D GREET requires parameterization to make it applicable to its intended use, such as supporting state low-carbon fuel programs or federal tax policies. Because of this, ERG developed NM GREET from R&D GREET by making parameter settings appropriate for New Mexico. I'll show exactly how on the next slide. This is needed to effectively create guardrails on carbon intensity modeling for the program, providing needed stability and consistency for CTFP stakeholders. 3 methodology updates were then made in NM GREET from the underlying GREET model to improve estimates for New Mexico CTFP as summarized on this slide. First, emissions related to crude oil extraction and production needed to be updated to reflect crude oil supplied to New Mexico's petroleum distribution region known as PADD 3, as shown by Dr. Rosso. Of note is the need to account for a significant share of imported crude to PADD 3, including those from countries with high carbon intensity crudes, such as Canada with oil sands, Iraq, and Venezuela. ERG used the Oil Production Greenhouse Gas Emissions Estimator model, or OPGE, version 2.0, to develop well-to-refinery gate carbon intensities to replace to develop well-to-refinery gate carbon intensities to replace national average values in GREET. A similar approach is used for California GREET, although California is in a different PAD, which is why a new analysis for PAD 3 was required. We also updated indirect land use change, or ILUC, for crop-based biofuels, which you've heard a lot about already. We used those developed by California, recognizing the breadth of research and expert input underlying those values. California, Washington, and Oregon all use the same ILUC values, with one notable exception being Oregon for corn-based ethanol, which uses a lower ILUC value from a model known as C-Club. In considering the difference between Oregon and California ILUC values for corn ethanol, we reviewed a published meta-analysis of 136 ILUC studies, which shows a large range of uncertainty in corn ethanol ILUC values as attested to by Dr. Murphy, but presents mean and median ILUC values more aligned with the California values versus the lower values used by Oregon. This comparison, in conjunction with the understanding that ILUC is highly studied and research will continue to evolve, convinced us that the California values were the most appropriate for New Mexico at this time. The final update was to account for methane emissions from manure affecting carbon intensities for renewable natural gas sourced from animal waste. We relied on the recently published 45V GREET methodology to estimate the national average avoided GHG emissions from generating biomethane versus via anaerobic digestion of manure, rather than status quo manure management. For each fuel pathway with an animal waste feedstock, these avoided emissions, i.e. credits, can be claimed upon fulfilling the additionality criterion established by NMED. As noted by Dr. Rosso, the resulting negative carbon intensities for animal waste sourced pathways are more conservative relative to other states. With these updates, the default carbon intensities developed for New Mexico's CTFP reflect the state of the science and have been tailored for New Mexico where possible. Producers will, of course, have the opportunity to refine carbon intensity estimates for their fuel as part of the Tier 2 application process. I want to spend a little time showing what is New Mexico GREET. So R&D GREET is a giant, complex Excel spreadsheet. What New Mexico does is it adds 3 tabs at the beginning of that spreadsheet. So R&D GREET is still the underlying model, providing the majority of estimates. But the New Mexico GREET model adds 3 tabs, 2 of which are shown here. The tab on the right is known as the parameter tab, which goes line by line and shows exactly what parameters were chosen for New Mexico and if changes were made, what those changes were and how they are documented. So it really provides a step-by-step recipe of how New Mexico GREET differs from R&D GREET. The tab on the left is the results tab, which then combines the results needed for carbon intensities based on the updates made in the parameters tab. And then a third tab, not shown here, summarizes the actual carbon intensities that are used directly in the rule. This approach provides reproducibility and transparency. The updates are clearly explained in the parameters tab and provides guardrails necessary to ensure a level playing field and stability for producers in the Tier 2 applications. I will also note that every single entry in the parameters tab is gone through in the ERG report. So in closing, I'd like to summarize a few of our key takeaways. Our analysis demonstrates how the CTFP complements New Mexico's clean vehicle program, with CTFP delivering more short-term benefits from cleaner fuels on today's engines, while NMVES delivers longer-term benefits as the fleet turns over to clean vehicles. After rigorous evaluation of both the benefits and costs of the CTFP, our conclusion is that the proposed rule will result in substantial reductions of greenhouse gas emissions in support of New Mexico's climate goals, will reduce particulate matter and ozone precursors from motor vehicles, improving the health of New Mexicans, and has benefits that outweigh costs more than 2 to 1. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland.
And Madam Hearing Officer, at this time, I'd like to move for the admission of several exhibits discussed by this panel, starting first with NMED exhibit number 73, which is the written testimony of Mr. Ford, exhibit number 74, which is Mr. Ford's resume, along with the pages that are base labeled NMED exhibit number 75, 1 through 49, and 60 through 89, which are the portions of the Adelante report discussed by Mr. Ford.
Okay, I'll pause for a moment in the event anyone has objections to the exhibits Ms. Nixon just listed. Okay, they're admitted.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Next, I would like to move for the admission of exhibit number 76, which is Mr. Drew's written testimony, exhibit number 77, which is Mr. Drew's resume, NMED exhibit number 78, which is the benefit cost analysis, as well as NMED exhibit number 79, which is discussed by and supported in his testimony.
Okay, pause for a minute in the event there are objections to NMED exhibit 76 through 79. They're admitted.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Next, I would like to move for the admission of NMED Exhibit number 80, which is Mr. Kupal's written testimony, NMED Exhibit number 81, which is his resume, NMED Exhibit number 82, which is the Eastern Research Group report, along with NMED Exhibits number 83 through 111, which are discussed by and supported in Mr. Kupal's testimony and the ERG report.
Okay. Pause for a moment in the event there are objections to NMED Exhibits 80 through 111. Okay, they're admitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. And we have been on the record for about an hour and a half. If we could take a 15-minute break, that'd be great.
Exactly. Let's come back at 10:45. Thank you. All right, Ms. Mullenberg, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning, panel. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to start this morning with Mr. Kopel, and I believe that's how I heard you pronounce your name. Is that correct? Okay, Kopel. Thank you. During the questioning of the previous department panel, a number of questions concerning carbon intensity value calculations, the model used for those calculations, and life cycle analysis were deferred to you. Are you the proper witness for the department to address those matters?
I am.
Thank you. So in your testimony this morning, you've indicated your employment by Eastern Research Group, or ERG. And particularly, I'm interested in the topics that I just mentioned, carbon intensity calculations and the like. Could you summarize your role with ERG with respect to those particular matters?
With respect to carbon intensities specifically?
Yeah, carbon intensities, the model for carbon intensity value calculations, and life cycle analysis.
Sure. So as I mentioned in my testimony, ERG, there were three primary groups within ERG that contributed to our work, and including a life cycle services group within ERG. And so my role with the overall project was to manage the work of these different groups and to work with them on work with each group on a level to sort of help coordinate the work and such. But the development of the NM-GREET model itself was done by experts within our lifecycle services group.
Thank you, but you're essentially the witness for
Yes.
NMED on that. Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes.
I just wanted to make sure you're familiar with that, as I understood you were.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Let me start. So I believe your testimony this morning is that ERG did the carbon intensity value calculations. And some of those calculations are in the various tables in section 701 of the rule. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
I noticed that in the department's filing on September 2nd, some of those values had changed, particularly the values in tables 1 through 3. Did ERG provide those updated values?
We provided, I can't speak to all of the values updated, but we did provide updates for that filing, yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the board the reasons for those changes?
I know that one of the changes was related to finding that the 2018 base year had been modeled as 2022. And so the corrected base year was implemented in order to make that change. And then another update with respect to liquefaction efficiency was also updated and reflected in the appropriate pathways.
Thank you. Was the original version of what I'll call the New Mexico model, I think that's what you've referred to it as?
NM-GREET, New Mexico GREET, yes.
New Mexico GREET. Was that posted on NMED's website in March?
Yes.
Okay. And were there subsequent updated postings after that March posting?
Not on the NMED website, to my understanding.
Okay. So the changes that you've just mentioned are not reflected in what's posted on the department website?
That's correct.
Thank you. So you've mentioned the R&D or the New Mexico, I think you call it New Mexico GREET model, right?
Yes.
Skipping the R&D. And that's based on a model known as the R&D GREET model, which you discussed this morning. And on page 18 of your testimony, you've described that that model is used or is the basis for other states to have developed spin-off models. What do you mean by spin-off models?
Referring to applications of the model used for specific regulatory purposes, such as California GREET model or the 45V GREET model used for tax purposes, and to name a few.
Thank you. And then I think this morning you've indicated that the version of the R&D GREET model, which I believe was a starting point for ERG's work, was the 2023 revision 1 version. Does that sound correct?
Yes, it does.
Has the R&D GREET model been updated since that version?
Yes, there is a 2024 version released earlier this year.
Thank you. But is it correct that those 2024 updates have not yet or have not been incorporated in the version that ERG used for this purpose?
That's correct.
Okay. In your testimony, you state that the R&D GREET model requires parameterization. What's the basis of your statement that it requires parameterization versus being able to use, say, R&D GREET model off the shelf?
I'm glad you asked that question. And also, I do want to mention that I forgot to mention in my introduction that I led the development of the EPA MOVES model. And so I have 20 years experience developing models based on scientific information, but then thinking about how it applies to regulatory purposes and how to also put models out in a way that can be stable and used consistently based on the best available information for regulated parties. So with that basis, the R&D GREET model is, and as I said, as the name suggests, research and development, is set up so that users can take the information and apply it to their specific case and their specific regulatory application or specific research in a way that uses data more reflective and representative of their information. So for example, the GREET model may, in the case that I mentioned for the oil and gas extraction and production, the GREET model may have a national average and a US average. But we know that New Mexico is not the US average. We know that New Mexico gets its petroleum from a specific pad, and we have the data and information, thanks to the Energy Information Administration, to bring a much more detailed and robust analysis to actually look at what's the specific oil coming into New Mexico. And so in that case, that's an example of parameterization. That's an example where we say that there's information that can be improved upon, which is more representative and reflective of New Mexico. And in that way, the model should be updated and improved in order to reflect the specific cases here. Another example would be the choices that we made with respect to allocation of products. And so, for example, we chose, as detailed in our report, we chose market allocation as a specific choice within, there's several choices within GREET on how to actually implement the model for regulatory purposes. We made a decision based on what we felt were the goals of the program and also for reproducibility and for transparency for users. And so in that case, basically parameters mean choices, and parameters mean improved data in some cases where you have improved data. So in that case, R&D GREET is, needs to be, these choices need to be made and data needs to be brought in to make it applicable for the New Mexico regulatory context.
So let me see if I can conceptualize this. So the output of the R&D GREET model would be a carbon intensity value based on a life cycle analysis, let's say for a particular fuel pathway. Would you agree with that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to just conceptualize the modeling. So the R&D GREET model, if you run the model, so to speak, you'll produce an output, which is a carbon intensity value.
That's correct.
That value is based on essentially a life cycle analysis for a fuel pathway.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned the national average values. So I might refer to those as default values, just so you know, if I mention a default value, I'm talking about the national average values incorporated within the R&D GREET model.
Right.
Just so we can understand each other.
Yes.
And essentially the R&D GREET model, like a lot of models, there is outside input that's brought in. It may be a database in some instances, correct?
Correct.
It may be another model, correct?
Correct.
Which itself may tie into different databases.
Right.
And then in some instances, if there's a lack of data, a model may be based on certain assumptions that perhaps might be represented in an equation.
Yes, that's true. I mean, really, it's good to think of GREET and these models as really dozens or hundreds of submodels.
Yes, yeah, a lot of submodels, each of which has their own databases, assumptions, so on and so forth. Okay, thank you.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. That was not a question.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Mullenberg.
Thank you, and I'm just, this is a complex topic. I'm just making sure we have a common understanding to go through a set of questions. On page 18 of your testimony, you indicate that ERG incorporated results from select external models to overcome limitations in R&D GREET and more explicitly tailorize results for New Mexico. When you refer to limitations in R&D GREET, what are you referring to particularly?
Well, I think one example of a limitation would be for the oil and gas production estimates, beyond being national average values, they're based on aggregations that can be improved upon with the detailed field by field data that went into the OPSI numbers and reflect multiple countries. And so really a limitation would be not properly accounting for imports, which is a huge piece of the carbon intensity equation for PAD 3, but also the limitation of using a more aggregated. And this is actually, in my experience with MOVES, I mean, this is really gets into, a lot of times defaults have to be the best a researcher can do to try to reflect something broader, but they can't reflect every detail for every area. And so they really rely on the users to bring better data and to make improvements. And that's really the basis, for example, of the MOVES model and how the MOVES model is applied to states. And I would say the same thing applies here for GREET, that a limitation would be the fact that it uses data for oil and gas production, which is not, and not faulting them, it can't be as detailed as an OPSI model because you literally cannot model that level of detail, for every single state. And so it really is incumbent on the users to use discrimination and to bring, if there's more detailed data to bear, in this case, field by field analysis of all the import countries and using that to improve the emission factors, it's incumbent on the users to reflect that data in the model because the defaults just simply cannot reflect that level of detail.
So when external models or sources were selected to replace default values, as we've discussed them within the GREET model, were those based on recommendations made by ERG or directions from the department, or a mix of those two?
It was based on the expertise of our life cycle analysis experts.
Within ERG?
Yes.
Thank you. On page 18 of your testimony, you begin to discuss modeling related to upstream supply chain activities of CTFP fuel sold in New Mexico. Is that primarily related to crude oil sources for those fuels, or are there other factors included in there?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. The question is a compound question. First, asking Mr. Kupal to accept the premise of counsel's representation of his testimony without giving him the ability to accept that premise and then asking a question. So I would just ask for, given the technical nature of this, the witness be given the opportunity to accept the premise of the characterization of testimony.
All right, so Mr. Kupal, certainly if you believe Mr. Mullenberg or any examiner is not fairly characterizing your testimony, you can certainly say that. And we can slow down the kind of compound nature of questioning that way. Mr. Mullenberg, would you just break that into two parts, please?
I will, and obviously I'm time limited, so
I appreciate
I'm trying to move through this as quickly as I can, and this is a minor point that just takes up time. So on...
Mr. Mullenberg, I'm sorry, is it Ms. Sona who is objecting?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Coppell, on page 18 of your written testimony, you begin discussing modeling related to upstream supply chain activities of CTFP fuel sold in New Mexico. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm just looking for it. Can you point to me? Oh, very bottom of the page. Associated upstream supply chain activities for CTFP. Yeah, associated upstream supply chain activities for CTFP. Yes, that's correct. I see that in my testimony.
Okay. And is upstream supply chain activities, is that mostly related to crude oil sources, or are there other factors you're talking about there?
I believe it is the crude oil, yes.
Okay. I believe you referred to a model known as the Oil Production Greenhouse Gas Emissions Estimator, or OPG model. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've referred to that as the model used by ERG as the basis of calculating the well-to-refinery gate carbon intensity, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What particular factors did ERG use as inputs to the OPG model to calculate the well-to-refinery gate carbon intensity?
Yeah, that is I'll summarize, but that is detailed in our regulatory impact analysis report, specifically Appendix A. And you know, I won't cover every input, but the primary input is the volumes of crude from you know, several, I would say, you know, maybe at least a couple dozen countries that are listed by, you know, with the specific amounts in the specific, in the appendix.
Thank you. You referred to an Appendix A. Can you further describe what you mean by Appendix A, and particularly whether it's part of any particular department exhibit?
Yes, that is.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This has been answered in the testimony already.
all right, I think it's fine for him to ask him to point to it, if you would, please.
It is Exhibit 82.
Thank you. So Exhibit 82. With regard to the factors used by ERG as inputs to the OPG model, are all of those documented in Exhibit 2, or are there any that are not documented in Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2?
I'm sorry, Exhibit 82.
Oh. To my knowledge, they are all documented in Exhibit 82.
Okay. Is crude oil utilized for the production of fuels that end up in finished gasoline and diesel for sale in Pad 3? And I'll stop there and make sure you understand what I'm referring to by Pad 3.
Yes.
Okay.
I do understand what you're referring to.
Thank you. Is that accurately represented by the weighted average of all Pad 3 crude oil production with foreign crude imports?
I believe that is addressed in Appendix A. In addition to imports, the weighting of crude within the pad is also considered.
Thank you. Is there a reason that crude imports into Pad 3 from other pads were not included in the ERG analysis?
I'm not aware.
Okay. How does the crude oil produced within Pad 3 compare to the U.S. average crude oil from the perspective of physical properties and emissions as they relate to carbon intensities?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's a complicated question. How does the crude oil produced within Pad 3 compare to the U.S. average crude oil from the perspective of physical properties and emissions as that relates to carbon intensities?
I don't know offhand, but I believe that's addressed in our report.
Okay. Was Exhibit 82 that you've referred to first available for public review when it was filed with the department's notice of intent on September 2nd?
That is correct.
Thank you. In its OPG analysis, or I guess particularly the version of OPG, ERG used version 2.0 from 2018, even though in California, CARB now uses OPG version 3.0B released in 2022. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with the OPG model that California uses.
Thank you. But it is correct that ERG for this analysis used OPG version 2.0 from 2018?
That's correct.
Thank you. What factors did ERG use as inputs to the 45 VH2 GREET model to calculate animal manure methane emissions?
I believe that is addressed in our report, and in that example, we used the 45 GREET mix of the anaerobic digesters and upgraders, and also the that is representative within the U.S. And I think, as we stated in our report, in that situation, there was no specific data that we could apply to the region or the state. So that's an example where if there's no better information available, we'll use the best available default information, and that was an example where 45 GREET did have a better representation of the mix of anaerobic digesters and upgraders than what was available in R&D GREET at the time.
So we've talked a little bit about two aspects of external sources, I'll say, that ERG used in the New Mexico GREET. I believe we've talked about OPG and its relationship to the fuels that come into New Mexico, correct?
Correct.
And I've talked a little bit about the manure piece and 45 VH2 GREET. Is that the second one?
Those are the two you've mentioned, yes.
The two I've mentioned, thank
Yes.
you. And then I think a third one, and tell me if this relates to the one we just talked about, is the ILUC, or, well, do you know what I mean when I say ILUC?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The ILUC component within R&D GREET, is that a third external piece that ERG used in the New Mexico GREET version?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any others besides those three that ERG used?
In terms of external databases, external data sources?
Yes.
Or external models, yes.
There were others than those three?
No, those are the three external models that we used.
Okay. And for everything else, would it be fair to say that ERG used the R&D GREET model default values?
Or options within R&D GREET, although I do believe that there was an estimate of liquefaction efficiency that was changed changed within the model. I think I don't want to give an exact number, it's documented in the report, but that was based on an estimate from outside source that I'm not aware of at the time. But in terms of the three specific main inputs that I discussed in my testimony, the three that you mentioned are the three ones we did.
Thank you. And just for information, what does the liquefaction value or factor relate to?
It relates to the efficiency by which the liquid fuel pathways are liquefying natural gas.
Okay. So I started talking about the ILUC aspect. So as I understand it, for ILUC, ERG adopted the values California developed in 2014. Is that accurate?
I don't know when California adopted them exactly, but I believe Dr. Murphy testified to that yesterday.
Okay.
But yes, those.
So whenever it was the values that the California CARB came up with.
Correct.
Okay. With regard to the ILUC component, is there another model that feeds into that known as GTAP or GTAP?
To my understanding, there are multiple models that are used for research into ILUC.
Okay.
And
so GTAP would be one of those.
GTAP is one, yes.
Okay. And are you aware what version of the GTAP model was used for the California CARB ILUC?
Yeah, and I should clarify that really some of the models are applied on the back end of GTAP. And so, for example, for California, the GTAP AEZ model was used in that specific instance. And I don't know a specific version number associated with that.
Are you familiar with the Oregon approach to ILUC?
I'm familiar with the value that they have for the values that they have used, yes.
Okay. And could you describe the values that were used in Oregon?
As I testified, Oregon is using the California values with the one exception being for corn ethanol.
If I understand, for purposes of the New Mexico GREET, ERG rejected the approach used in Oregon to use the C-Club, CCLUB, for corn ethanol. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't think that's quite correct. Maybe you could restate your question.
Well, maybe it's just easier if you can describe what ERG used in New Mexico GREET for corn ethanol.
Okay. As testified, we compared the Oregon value, which was based on the C-Club model that you mentioned, and the California value, and we compared that to an external meta-analysis of ILUC studies. And based on that comparison, we decided to retain the California corn ethanol value.
Madam Hearing Officer,
Ms. Sona.
I'm not sure where all of this questioning is going. Most of it is simply just asking Mr. Kupal to restate information that he's already put in his testimony, he's already put in his report, he already summarized in oral. A lot of this is just a needless expenditure of time.
All right. So the other parties besides NMED have a limited amount for cross. And actually, Mr. Molenberg, you have just a few more minutes with Mr. Kopal. My impression is he's asking him to confirm his understanding of the testimony, and I don't think it's inappropriate cross. Go ahead, Mr. Mullenberg. You've got a few minutes.
Yeah, and thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. And in fact, that really is the point. We've had a lot of experts reviewing this in a very short amount of time, and we're just trying to determine all of the documentation and information that supports the model, because it is voluminous, and we've had, like I say, a very short time to do that. So I am largely just confirming our understanding of this. So one point that I guess one other question relating to a possible change in the New Mexico R&D GREET relates to the default global warming potentials. Are you familiar with that topic?
I am familiar in general, yes, with global warming potential.
Okay. Did ERG make any particular change in the New Mexico GREET model relating to default global warming potentials?
As documented in our report, we did use a version of global warming potentials that are alternative to what's in GREET, but I can't speak to more detail.
Mr. Coppell, your testimony addresses health effects issues relating to or at least attributed to the CTFP program and ERG's analysis of that. Do you recall that part of your testimony?
I do.
Are most of the health benefits that ERG attributes to the CTFP program related to electric vehicle adoption?
I would say no, not for CTFP.
Okay. And I know the other factor that you discussed in your testimony was renewable diesel.
Correct.
So you're attributing most of the health benefits to renewable diesel?
That's correct, based on the fuel volumes that were generated as part of Mr. Drew's analysis.
Is there a time period where ERG's modeling or analysis assumes that renewable diesel will more or less be replaced by electric vehicle adoption?
Well, there is, and again, we are relying on the fuel quantities generated by Mr. Drew's, but there is certainly a point where the renewable diesel volumes under the rule go back down to, I don't want to say zero, but are ramped down.
Okay.
Would you wrap up your questioning of Mr. Coppell, please?
Yeah. Just one more question. The department's counsel at the beginning of today's hearing mentioned that the department would be redoing some of its modeling to address certain assumptions inherent in the modeling. Will ERG be redoing any of its modeling in that regard to present in rebuttal testimony, or is that limited to some of the other modeling the department has presented?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. I specifically stated in the presentation of this information that questions such as this are inappropriate. If counsel wants to speak with counsel for an MAD, we're more than happy to discuss this matter.
Yeah, I am going to have to end questions trying to elicit rebuttal testimony before we get to rebuttal.
And I understand that, but as you can understand, we're now potentially looking at a bunch of new modeling coming in on rebuttal. And I'm concerned about the time that we're going to have to evaluate that in a short time before the next phase of the hearing.
I understand.
And so I can certainly speak with counsel for the department, but frankly, I'm concerned about delays in the hearing process resulting from the need for perhaps another opportunity to rebut a bunch of new modeling.
I understand.
Thank you. So I'd like to move to Mr. Drews. Good morning, Mr. Drews.
Good morning.
So on page 3 of your testimony, there's a qualification that you were instructed by the department to assume that targets for the percentage of new zero emission vehicles delivered for sale in New Mexico annually would be in place. Do you recall that part of your testimony?
Let me confirm. Can you point to a portion of the page? If not, I can review the entire one. Okay, I do see it. I do see it. Yes, I mean, as has been stated, we were instructed to assume current rules and regulations on the books in New Mexico.
And is it fair for us to assume then that you have followed that assumption with respect to all of the relevant modeling analysis conducted by BRG?
That is fair, with the clarification that I want to provide that especially the longer term trajectories of electric vehicle adoption in the state were performed by ERG using the MOVES 5 model.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So do I understand what you've just said correctly by being that, let's say, the near term, well, let me start by asking, is there a particular period of time where your analysis transitions, let's say, from assumptions that are based on NMVES to the analysis provided by ERG?
So due to resource and time limitations, ERG did not run moves for every year of the program. It was run for a specific number of years and interpolated. I went through and essentially using Department of Licensing data, I made sure that the starting point of this analysis was reflective of the currently existing electric vehicle fleet on New Mexico roads today. Then I assumed a growth trajectory relying on existing sales until the adoption of NMVES, and used some of the new vehicle entry and retirement data from ERG's MOVES modeling in order to essentially phase in the adoption of electric vehicles to essentially make sure that the analysis was coming cleanly off of history.
Thank you. So I think the starting point, as you just described in your analysis, is the EV vehicles on the road today in New Mexico?
That is correct.
And what was the source of data you used for that starting point?
I used a database called Evaluate NM, which I understand to have been commissioned by a New Mexico state agency. I don't precisely recall which one, in order to monitor the rate of electric vehicle adoption in the state. I also understand that database is using data from New Mexico registrations.
So I want to go to page 7 of your written testimony.
Okay.
And there are a couple of figures at the top of the table, one labeled NMVES baseline. You see that?
I see it.
And the other labeled CTFS.
That is correct.
Okay. And just to clarify what these chart means, the portion under NMVES baseline with the blue lines, based on the legend, is that representative of electricity?
I will clarify. There are two different blue colors.
Okay.
One is representative of biodiesel, and the other is representative of electricity.
Okay, so is the biodiesel line the kind of darker blue piece right above the orange?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
And then the electricity piece is the part of that chart that has light blue and then darker blue lines in it?
That is correct.
Okay. Is that area labeled electricity, is that representative of electric vehicle use based on NMVES projections or requirements?
I will clarify. Not all of the electricity there would be directly attributable to NMVES. There are existing electric vehicles on the roads of the state today.
Okay.
But the growth trajectory is based off of an assumption that NMVES is in place.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers my question very well. Then on the right-hand side of the page, the orange section with the vertical lines represents renewable diesel. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this figure shows that rising rapidly and then declining relatively rapidly up until around 2035. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. What's the relationship between your assumptions concerning renewable diesel use versus EV use as it's reflected in this figure?
Can you specify?
Yeah.
There are a lot of assumptions.
Well, let me ask this a different way. Is the increase attributed to electricity as that increases on the right-hand side of the chart? Is that based upon the projections of electric vehicle use based on NMVES?
It is based off of projections where the growth assumes NMVES.
Okay. And I should clarify, I think you testified earlier that toward the later stages, maybe the NMVES assumptions are replaced by ERG's calculations using the MOVES model.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. On page 8 of your testimony, you discuss RECs.
Yes.
Does your analysis in that regard make any assumptions regarding when and how much electric utility providers will opt in to the CTFP?
So I think there's a couple of there's a distinction there to be made. So the analysis assumes that electric utility providers initially opt in to CTFP, which is well and documented empirically in other states and supported by letters of support from some of the largest electric utilities in New Mexico. There's a second question that more relates to renewable energy certificate or REC retirement, which is whether utilities will opt to retire additional RECs above their New Mexico Renewable Portfolio Standard or RPS requirements in order to generate incremental credits under the CTFP.
Thank you. I'm wondering if my page reference is wrong here, but do you do an analysis in your direct testimony regarding opportunities created by CTFP to support employment in New Mexico?
I describe an analysis in my direct testimony, which is described in substantially more detail in the benefit cost analysis report, which I believe is NMED Exhibit 78.
Okay, so you're just relying on the separate analysis there from, is that from Mr. Ford, or is that a BRG analysis?
That is also a report that I wrote. I'm just clarifying that Exhibit 76 is referencing analysis that BRG performed in Exhibit 78.
Okay, fair enough. In that analysis done by BRG, and I think you just indicated that you wrote that analysis.
I wrote the overall report, and I wrote that section of the analysis. There were portions of the jobs analysis that were performed by my staff.
Thank you. In your doing that analysis, did it consider the potential loss of jobs in the existing field of storing, transporting, and retailing of liquid fuels?
If you're referring specifically to the jobs discussion that I outlined in Exhibit 76, which is related to direct jobs supported by fuel supply equipment, it did not consider those categories of jobs. Those categories of jobs and other economic activity are considered in the broader economic analysis using the in-plan model, which was described by my co-panelists, Mr. Kapal, as well as detailed within NMED Exhibit 78.
So on page 12, in discussing the BRG benefit cost analysis, you describe let me ask if you do describe a three-legged stool analogy?
To confirm, are you referring to page 12 of Exhibit 76?
Yes.
Okay, let me go there.
I'm trying to figure out if this is your term or a term someone gave to me.
I can certainly say that it is described, if not there, then it is described in Exhibit 78.
Okay, in Exhibit 78.
It may well be here too.
And what is, as it's described in Exhibit 78, the three-legged stool analogy?
Sure. So one of those legs is essentially related to the overall vehicle fleet in New Mexico. A second is related to the overall vehicle miles traveled, or the amount by which drivers use those vehicles to move. And the third is related to the fuel supply used in the state.
Okay. And the first one of those issues relates to the vehicle mix in New Mexico.
That's correct.
Right. So if there's a change in the underlying assumptions regarding the mix of vehicles, that would affect the benefit cost analysis. Is that fair?
It is fair to say that it would have an effect.
Okay, thanks. In your testimony on page 14, you refer to low carbon fuel programs working in the three other states, California, Oregon, and Washington. Is that right?
I do say that in my testimony. I have not specifically seen it on page 14, but
okay.
I represent that it is within that exhibit.
Fair enough. And you're familiar with the LCFS standards in those three states, right?
Yes, I mean, to the point at which it is relevant to me.
Fair enough. Are you aware of differences in the LCFS policies in the other states relating to the rate of carbon reduction required over time compared to the New Mexico CTFP program?
I am broadly familiar with those differences. I don't know that I could enumerate every state's target in every year.
Sure. But you understand that the rate of carbon intensity reductions that were used for those other state programs, or that are used in those other state programs, are more gradual than at least the initial stages of the carbon intensity reduction requirements in New Mexico?
I think it would have to sort of be addressed on a state-by-state basis.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. That's all my questions for you, Mr. Drew.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ford, in your summary testimony this morning, you made a comment along the lines that, and again, I'm really asking you to clarify your testimony for me so we all understand it. I think what you said, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the modeling work can be eclipsed by changes at the global and national level. And that's a paraphrase. So first, please state what you said this morning, and then we'll talk about that.
Absolutely. So it was specifically with regards to one of the outputs of the model.
Okay.
It is the calculated price per gallon of gasoline equivalent for gasoline and diesel, which is just the number of credits a regulated party would need to purchase to fully offset deficits from those fuels in their finished form, multiplied by the credit price. And it's a fairly simple calculation that is done that even with what those figures assumed, which was 100% pass through, would be kind of just a fraction of routine volatility in retail gasoline and diesel prices that result from, like I say, global and national factors.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's a narrower statement than I was thinking of when you made that comment. But is that an example of uncertainties inherent in modeling in general?
Is that an example? I mean, it's an example of uncertainties in real life that a model may not perfectly match because there's some things models can't predict. The model in itself and its results are more straightforward, but in real life, there are those uncertainties that can rapidly change and lead to results that are different from what a model output would suggest.
Thank you. And just on that topic of uncertainties in modeling, is one aspect of the modeling to look at past data and trends and then compare how a model fits with the actual data?
To some degree, yes. There are different parameters of a model that can be that can leverage historical, time series data. Matt was talking. Mr. Drews, for example, was discussing in his model parameters for vehicle miles traveled and adjustments to the moves modeling output, and for example, that would take into account when you translate those into fuel consumption, traditional miles per gallon for different vehicle types based on observed data in New Mexico. So there's some influence that those play, but then what makes a model somewhat more complex than that is when you look forward, you're also incorporating factors that may not have occurred historically and explicitly incorporating them into your result modeling work.
Fair enough. And when you're experienced in developing and using models, is that fair?
That is fair.
Yeah. And as time moves on, is it fair to say that models can be continually adjusted to reflect changes in the various data and factors that go into the model over time?
Yes.
So the models are kind of constantly adjusted and updated to better reflect both what's gone on in the past and help project what might go on into the future, right?
That is fairly typical of models, yes.
Okay. On page 6 of your testimony, You discuss, and tell me if you agree with this, how the parties with deficit generating fuels may protect themselves from the cost of purchasing credits to achieve CTFP compliance. Do you see that part of your testimony?
I do, yes.
Okay. Is one of the ways that regulated parties might try to protect themselves from the cost of buying credits is to adjust the amount of gasoline or diesel fuels that they bring into the state of New Mexico?
That's a business decision for each individual company. I will say that the program, when it comes to these markets, has both deficits that cost money and credits that can make money. So every company can plan its own business strategy. Another possibility for those companies would be to increase their blend of credit generating fuels and take advantage of opportunities to earn money from the program.
Yeah, so there are multiple options, but again, one of those would be business decisions by companies in terms of what fuels they bring into New Mexico.
Yes, that is a possible business decision. I will point out that New Mexico's gasoline and diesel is a $6 billion a year market. And so this program is one of many factors that they would consider, but that $6 billion a year market is certainly a variable to consider as well.
Thank you. On page 8 of your testimony, you discuss the number of credit transfers taking place in various states. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the concept of credit banking or banked credits?
I am, yes.
Is it fair to say that the number of credit transactions in the particular states are some measure of market liquidity?
The number of transactions is almost effectively the definition of market liquidity.
Thank you. And would you agree with me that the banking of credits is an important factor in establishing market liquidity?
I would, yes.
Thank you. Also on page 8 of your testimony, you mentioned that New Mexico might benefit from closer proximity to alternative fuel production facilities in the Midwestern and mid-continental United States. Do you see that statement?
I do, yes.
Do other states on the West Coast also utilize alternative fuels produced in the Midwest and mid-continent U.S.?
They do.
And when the New Mexico CTFP is up and running, it will need to compete with those other Western states to attract alternative fuels.
Yes.
And credit pricing within the New Mexico CTFP or system would relate to New Mexico's need to compete with those other states. Is that fair?
It would be partially influenced by them, but if you look at credit prices across every state that has these policies, you will see quite a bit of difference because it relates. Those prices will themselves change based upon each state's fuel mix, policy provisions, additional incentives for those fuels, the way that their clean fuels policy itself treats those fuels, and their respective carbon intensity reduction targets. So you will see very wide dispersion of prices across states based on their own individual situations.
On page 9 of your testimony, you mentioned that the CTFP, as proposed by the department, offers further flexibility in credit markets to include other options like generating or purchasing and retiring renewable energy certificates. Do you see that?
The incremental REX credits, yes, I do.
REX, yes. Are you aware of any recent federal actions that might limit the availability of REX going forward?
Well, RECs are retired to satisfy requirements set under state renewable portfolio standards. And so those targets that states set as part of their renewable portfolio standards would be independent of federal policy.
On page 11 of your testimony, let me find this. I think this actually may be on page 10. It's the topic of the deferral mechanism.
Okay.
Well, I don't.
No, it's 11. Sorry.
It is 11. Okay. So one of the options in the deferral mechanism as proposed by the department is deferring compliance in an emergency condition. Is that right?
Yes.
And with respect to emergency deferral, is a shortage in credits within the market a factor for emergency deferral?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This line of questioning has been explored with the previous panel, so I'd ask that it be tied specifically to Mr. Ford's testimony.
All right.
And I'm going to withdraw that question.
All right, thank you.
In your testimony on page 15, you mentioned that lower income households would benefit most from the rule's cost containment mechanisms. Do you see that point in your testimony?
I do.
And what particular cost containment mechanisms are you referring to there?
Those would be the three that I noted in my oral testimony: the credit banking, the deferral process, and the credit clearance market, or CCM.
Okay. Is it also fair to say that in that regard, lower income households would potentially feel the most pain if, in fact, the CTFP increases fuel prices?
Lower income households do spend a larger portion of their income on gasoline than the nationwide average. Nationally, households in the U.S. spend, according to the latest consumer expenditure survey data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 7.6% of their income. That's the average. nationwide. Low-income households, they spend closer 7.6. It was 7 and 2. I'm sorry, nationally it's 2%. I got that wrong. Nationally it's 2%. The lowest quintile in the country, because the Consumer Expenditure Survey splits it up by income quintiles, each 20% block of, as determined by like household income. It's 7.6% for the least affluent quintile, 2% for the nation as a whole. So yes, they are relatively, they spend a greater portion of their income, about 2.7 times more on gasoline than the average American household. They also spend 21.9% on average of their income on healthcare, and that compares to 7% national average of expenditures on healthcare, which is 3.2 times more money spent on healthcare. So I just want to add that as context. Healthcare is actually, and healthcare costs are even more regressively distributed and are an even larger share of household income for the least affluent quintile of U.S. households. And that's of particular relevance to New Mexico, and particularly important as context in discussing impacts on low-income communities from this rule, because they spend almost 3 times more of their income on healthcare than on gasoline. And this rule also moves the needle on that portion of their expenditures.
So that is in essence an aspect of your benefit cost analysis, either yours or BRG's, right?
Mr. Kupal would be the expert on that. When we monetize those costs, I can say that we do not explicitly disaggregate by quintile in the same way as the U.S. Consumer Expenditure Survey from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, but we do quantify health impacts because of reductions on criteria air pollutants as a result of the rule.
I'm going to turn to page 50 of your written testimony.
Mr. Molenberg,
Ford?
I'm sorry to interrupt. You do still have about 12 minutes with Mr. Ford, but I have promised folks we would take a lunch break from noon to 1, and we're coming up on noon here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Actually, I'm jumping ahead a little bit because I'm mindful of our discussion about the changes in the testimony that we may see related to, what we've talked about earlier this morning, and I'm actually skipping some of that in light of that. So I may.
I'm happy again to have you resume this after 1.
Well, let's do that then.
Okay.
If this is a good time for a break, and I can wrap up right after lunch.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Let's come back at 1. Let me ask if there's anyone in the room who is present to offer public comment today. So, would you like to come up? Let me just say public comment. I invite you to collect your thoughts. We accept oral comment once from each person. If you have more to say than 3 minutes, please put that in writing. It will be weighed by the board the same as your oral public comment will be. And just 2 things. I'll ask you to state and spell your first and last name, and then reply to a question about an oath or affirmation. So give us your first and last name, please.
Hi, my name is Justin Garut. That's Sherry.
Conserving battery power here. There you go.
Thank you.
Hi, is that better? Hi, my name is Justin Garout. That's JustinGaroutte.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'll start your time.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Justin Garout, and I'm here on behalf of Conservation Voters New Mexico Education Fund. Our mission is to connect the people of New Mexico to the policy decisions that shape our climate, our health, and our communities. First, I want to thank the Environmental Improvement Board for carefully considering the proposed rule, the Environment Department for the hard work that went into developing it, and Governor Lujan Grisham for her leadership in initiating this process. We strongly support the Clean Transportation Fuels program. Reducing pollution for transportation is one of the most important steps New Mexico can take to secure a healthier future. This rule has the potential not only to cut climate pollution, but also to bring hundreds of millions of dollars in investment, cleaner air, and good jobs to our state. I urge you to adopt the strongest possible version of this rule, one that ensures the benefits stay here in New Mexico. That means closing the book and claim loophole. Clean fuels used in other states should not count towards our goals. New Mexicans deserve to see the benefits of this program in our own communities. It also means keeping strong recognition for efficiency and the role of electric vehicles of all types. EVs are more efficient, run on cleaner power, and represent our state's path to a healthier, more affordable transportation system. They're also really fun to drive. Weakening these provisions would be a step backward. Finally, please ensure the rule rewards truly clean fuels and transit solutions, not fuels that come with hidden environmental costs and not special treatment for polluting industries. Public transit agencies, for example, should be able to earn credits for the work that they do moving people efficiently and cutting emissions. In closing, this is a pivotal moment. The action you take will show whether New Mexico is ready to lead on clean transportation and climate solutions. On behalf of Conservation Voters New Mexico Education Fund, I urge you to adopt a strong, effective rule that delivers real benefits for our climate, our economy, and our health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. Is there anyone else present in the room? If you'd come up. Please state and spell your first and last name.
Of course, it's a bit of a doozy. So my name is Alaric Babe, Alaric, last name Babej.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Start your time.
Perfect, thank you. Well, Chair Sweeney, Vice Chair Trujillo, and members of the board, first and foremost, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alaric Babe. I am the Director of Customer Energy Solutions for the Public Service Company of New Mexico, or PNM. We are the state's largest electric utility, and I'm very happy to come today in support of the Clean Transportation Fuel Program. A couple of weeks ago, PNM submitted a letter of support to this board. I wanted to come here today to personally address the board to underscore our commitment to clean fuels. Based on the work that has been done by NMED and in the draft rule as we see it today, PNM does plan to opt into the market to participate as a credit generating fuel and passing on those revenues to customers. I was honored to be part of the advisory committee that helped put together this rule. I was very impressed by the collaborative nature of the committee as a whole and the end product that has been put together. PNM is currently providing clean fuel to thousands of New Mexicans as the largest electricity provider in the state. There are about 17,000 EVs in PNM service territory alone. About 70% of those are full battery electric vehicles that are charging on a cleaner grid. One of the key tenets that is defined in statute of this program is the requirement that electric utilities pass on those revenues to further support transportation electrification, including 50% of the revenues going to low-income individuals or underserved communities. We believe that this will help to offset some of the costs of our transportation electrification program. Current estimates, and there's a lot of things that go into this, so I did give a range. I would expect those revenues to be about 10 to 20% of based on the current annual budget. Furthermore, P&M already has a 72% carbon-free electric generation portfolio, and we are on our way to a 100% carbon-free grid. Participation in the CTFP will help to make sure that more and more New Mexicans have access to clean transportation. And I strongly encourage the board to accept this proposed rule. And let's get the program up and going. I'm very, very excited about the opportunities that this provides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby. Anyone else present to offer public comment? At this time, there will be other opportunities. No? Is there anyone on the platform who would like to offer public comment?
Yes, Patton Colley.
Right?
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. Would you state and spell your first and last name, please?
Sure. Patton Colley, Pattoncollie.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'll start your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. I'm here today testifying on behalf of the Love's family of companies, which includes Love's Travel Stops. Love's is proud to operate fuel retail and travel center locations across New Mexico. We are also a member of Americans for Affordable Clean Energy, known as AACE, which has submitted detailed written comments. The Clean Transportation Fuel Program, or CTP, has the potential to substantially lower transportation emissions in New Mexico while keeping fuel prices low, if structured and implemented correctly. Love's primary concern with the CTP is with the definition of regulated party. As currently drafted, the rule could be construed to include fuel retailers as deficit generators. No other state CTP or low carbon fuel standard does this. Including retailers as regulated parties would only add unnecessary costs and administrative burden to the CTP. It would also create compliance challenges for the New Mexico officials, as there are far fewer refiners and importers to regulate than the many hundreds of individual retailers. The language in section 20.2.92.401 on page 38 of the proposed regulations appears to appropriately assign deficits only to producers and importers of liquid fuels. Love's urges the board to definitively clarify that with respect to liquid transportation fuels, only producers and importers are included in the definition of regulated parties. The board can do so by revising the regulations to make clear that the deficit generator status cannot be passed to a downstream entity acquiring ownership of liquid fuel below the rack. Similar language is included in the California LCFS regulation. To state this again, we strongly urge the board to clarify that its implementing regulations align with other states by assigning deficit obligations only to producers and importers of petroleum-based fuels. Our second concern relates to the opt-in provisions, particularly for sustainable aviation fuel or SAF. In response to technology-neutral federal and state CTPs, many of Love's locations offer E15, EV charging stations, renewable diesel, renewable natural gas, and biodiesel. A growing biofuel industry enhances the overall supply of transportation energy and improves the transportation sector's emissions footprint. Today, the trucking industry relies on renewable diesel and biodiesel supply to help keep transportation costs low. Consumers also rely on ethanol to keep gasoline prices low at the pump. CTPs should be technology neutral and avoid incentivizing the production of one fuel over another unless there's an environmentally defensible rationale for doing so. Allowing SAF producers to generate credits without jet fuel producers generating corresponding deficits will distort the CTP. SAF uses the same limited feedstocks as biodiesel, renewable diesel, and ethanol. If SAF receives preferential treatment as an opt-in fuel, it will divert feedstock away from the fuels that power trucks and cars in New Mexico. That means fewer gallons of renewable diesel and biodiesel will be available, raising prices at the pump for everyday drivers, while shifting benefits towards a smaller segment of comparatively affluent air travelers. We believe the CTP should remain technology neutral and avoid giving one fuel special treatment without an environmental justification. Otherwise, the program risks increasing overall emissions while making transportation more expensive for the people who can least afford it. We therefore encourage New Mexico to consider adopting a cap on credit generation for opt-in fuels to avoid this perverse outcome. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your work on this important program.
Thank you, Mr. Colley. Is there anyone else on the platform who would like to offer public comment at this time?
Yes, Lauren Tremblay.
Lauren Tremblay, if you unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, for sure. Lauren Tremblay, that's spelled Lauren, and last name is Tremblay.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Perfect. And apologies if I run out of breath. I'm recovering from COVID, so working on it. I'm here on behalf of Southwest Airlines. Southwest appreciates the opportunity to provide comments on the current CFS rulemaking and its implications for sustainable aviation fuel adoption in New Mexico.
Ms. Tremblay, would you slow down just a little bit, please?
Yes, will do. As the largest carrier in New Mexico, Southwest operates an average of over 30 flights per day out of the state, consuming more than 10 million gallons of jet fuel for flights departing from New Mexico in 2024. As a key contributor to the state's aviation sector, economy, and communities, we are deeply committed to advancing sustainability and addressing the environmental challenges facing our industry as a hard-to-abate sector. SAF is central to Southwest's climate strategy. Our goals include replacing 10% of conventional jet fuel with SAF by 2030, reducing our emissions intensity 50% by 2035, and achieving net zero emissions by 2050. SAF is critical to these goals. Given that jet fuel accounts for over 99% of our Scope 1 and 2 emissions, SAF represents the only viable near and midterm solution to decarbonize aviation and our operations. However, SAF remains a nascent market, hindered by high production costs, infrastructure limitations, and investment risks. We respectfully submit the following comments on a few critical issues under consideration in this rulemaking that could significantly impact SAF deployment in New Mexico. The first key issue is regarding the baseline carbon intensity. The lower baseline CI assigned to fossil jet compared to fossil diesel results in significantly reduced credit values for SAF, creating a structural disincentive for its use in New Mexico. To avoid the negative consequences of crediting renewable diesel significantly more than sustainable aviation fuel, which already experiences several market disadvantages to renewable diesel, New Mexico should follow the lead of the other clean fuel program states and align sustainable aviation fuel crediting under the CTFP with renewable diesel crediting. Oregon, California, and Washington have all adopted a unified CI baseline for fossil jet and diesel fuels to ensure a level playing field for low carbon fuel alternatives, and we highly encourage the same under this program. The second topic we wanted to mention was that we encourage the allowance for stackability of the CFS credits with federal 45Z credits to help
Please slow down
and accelerate SAF adoption. This would be consistent with all other clean fuel programs and is critical to the deployment of SAF within the state. We believe that addressing these key issues, credit stackability and the fossil jet fuel baseline CI, will create a more supportive framework for SAF deployment and help New Mexico meet its climate goals. Southwest looks forward to continued collaboration with stakeholders and regulators to advance sustainable aviation in New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tremblay. Is there anyone else who would like to offer public comment during this time? There will be other opportunities.
We have Jill Clybourne on the platform.
Thank you. Ms. Clybourne, if you would unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Would you state and spell your first and last name, please?
My name is Jill Clybourne, and that's JILLCLIBURN.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Thank you. I'm a professional in the clean energy area, working out of Santa Fe, somewhat nationally, but also very much focused on rural electric utilities and the energy transition. I just wanted to make a few comments in favor of this meeting today and the work that the Improvement Board, the Environmental Improvement Board, and the Energy Department and the governor have done on this. In particular, I wanted to make just two areas of comment. One is that I believe that this work will have many improvements, many over the long run, benefits to job development, to healthy air, but also what I see here is a longstanding issue with New Mexico as a somewhat rural state. And so the support of the state programs that are being here make more of an impetus to reach out to rural areas where, for example, in public transportation, we've been struggling for years. And the excitement around clean energy and clean energy transportation, I think, puts a lot more excitement behind a movement that actually has been desired for any kind of transportation in rural areas. And of course, with electric vehicles, I work a lot with the smart grid. And I see how there's a real synergy among all the different things that are happening for clean energy. We're not going to get a lot of federal support, but if we show leadership, I think that all of that will develop. And that is really the end of my comment for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clybourne. Is there anyone else in the platform?
No, there's no one else.
Thank you, Pam. All right, we will return to the technical case. Mr. Molenberg, if you'd resume your cross-examination, you had about 12 minutes left with Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Mr. Ford, could you turn to page 50 of your direct written testimony?
Yes.
In the second paragraph, you talk about two different ways to examine the results of this analysis. And one of those is to examine only the additional impact of the CTFP as a standalone policy. Do you see that?
I do.
Could you explain what you mean by a standalone policy there?
So in that scenario, we consider the CTFP and the NMVES as both in effect with various impacts on fuel markets in New Mexico. And the impact or the benefits from the electric vehicle fleet increasing under NMVES in that scenario are entirely considered separate NMVES related benefits, and the CTFP's costs and benefits are evaluated only in terms of additional fuel volume changes above and beyond what is contemplated in a scenario with the NMVES by itself. So it's just looking at the additional impact of the CTFP.
Thank you for that. In looking at the CTFP only as a standalone policy, does that analysis include any assumptions or information related to the NMVES policy being in effect?
It does assume that the fuel mix is influenced by the NMVES specifically because of fleet-specific fuels. So there are fleet-specific fuels and drop-in fuels. The fleet-specific fuels are the fuels where there is additional vehicle fleet that is needed for their use. Electricity is the most obvious one that comes to mind. It also includes natural gas. You need natural gas vehicles to consume natural gas. Hydrogen, you need a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle to consume hydrogen. So the fleet itself is assumed to be formed by the NMVES, and the commensurate volume of fuel specific to that fleet result from the NMVES prior to applying the CTFP and looking at its incremental effects.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. We've talked a little bit about the how electric vehicle adoption might influence some of the department's modeling. Is hybrid electric vehicle adoption rates, are those considered in the department's modeling?
Yes, the underlying fleet model that is calculated and projected by our colleagues at ERG as an input. And you can see on that page, actually, the little arrow in the bottom left where it says ERG on page 50, the fleet, VMT, and fuel pathway carbon intensities. That projection does assume a certain amount of plug-in hybrid electric vehicles that come on road in New Mexico.
Thank you. And then in looking at the anticipated fuel mix, is it fair to say that the consideration of the hybrid electric vehicles would consider their relative use of both liquid fuels and electricity?
Yes, either of the gentlemen to my left can answer that more comprehensively, but I can say that it does contemplate gasoline use and electricity use in PHEVs with assumptions regarding when they are using one and the other.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. That's all I have. Thank you to this panel again for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Mullenberg. Is Mr. Tucker or Ms. Jones here? And do you have questions on behalf of Oxy?
Hi, Aaron Tucker for Oxy. I'm on the platform.
Oh, you're on the platform. All right. Keep your voice up, Mr. Tucker.
Can everyone hear me?
We can at this moment.
Great, thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Aaron Tucker on behalf of Oxy USA. Mr. Kupal, I'd like to start with you.
Madam Hearing Officer.
Ms. Sona.
Before we begin the line of questioning, can the panel get a headset as well if they don't have one already?
All right.
I know I'm going to have to use mine to hear Mr. Tucker.
Would it help if I speak up a little bit?
It may. Those of us without headsets will need you to speak up.
Okay.
I do.
Just use the headsets to listen to the questions. You may want to remove them when you start answering, so you'll hear yourself.
All right. Does everyone have a headset who desires a headset? Yeah? All right. Go ahead, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kupal, I'd like to discuss development of the NM GREET model and default carbon intensity values. I heard you state earlier that the selection of parameters means choices, correct?
That is correct.
In your testimony, you highlight 3 of the major choices that ERG made to develop the values. ILUC, crude oil supply in New Mexico, and methane from manure. Is that an accurate summary?
Yes, those are 3 of the updates that I discussed this morning.
How many parameters in total did ERG change to develop the default carbon intensity values in NM GREET?
That's
Objection.
available.
Ms. Sona.
Sorry, Madam Hearing Officer. This line of questioning has been explored for 30 minutes already. This question's been asked and answered. While we may get variations on the question, I do object to a line of questioning that's not distinctly pulling out different information. It is an inefficient use of time to set a foundation with each new council when it's already been set.
Yeah. So, Mr. Tucker, are you going somewhere else with these questions than Mr. Molenberg did?
Yes, I believe so. And I don't believe any party at Mr. Molenberg asked how many parameters were changed.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
I said, yes, I don't believe this question was asked earlier by Mr. Molenberger.
Okay, so I think, though, going forward, just for everyone, I don't think you kind of need to remind him of the previous conversation in order to just go at him directly with your own questions. All right, so go ahead.
Okay, this information is available in the ERG regulatory impact analysis. If you'd like me to open to the page and count through each parameter, I'm happy to do that. Would you like me to do that?
I was just looking for an estimate. Was it more than 10?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. The witness has stated exactly where this information is. It's not effective to ask him to characterize it.
I don't think asking for an estimate is inappropriate. Go ahead if you can, Mr. Kupal.
Yes, I keep forgetting which is on and off. Yes, I believe it is more than 10.
Is it more than 100?
It is not more than 100.
And which exhibit can the list of all the parameters that were changed be found?
Exhibit 82.
And so each of the parameters that were changed affected the final default carbon intensity value of the fuels, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Each of the parameters that were changed, each of the parameters that were selected changed the final default carbon intensity value of the fuels, correct?
Yes, all the changes in the parameter tab affected the carbon intensities.
Okay, thank you. On page 20 of your testimony, you state, with these updates, the default carbon intensity developed for New Mexico's CTFP reflect the state of the science and have been tailored for New Mexico where possible. Producers will, of course, have the opportunity to refine CI estimate for their fuel as part of Tier 2 application submissions. Is that a correct statement of your testimony?
Let me review to make sure. Could you tell me the page number again?
Page 20.
Yes.
You talk about refining a carbon intensity value. How could a producer refine its carbon intensity value?
By refine in this context, I mean that the producer will have the ability to develop a tier two through a tier two application process, the carbon intensity that is reflective of the inputs for their fuel.
By selecting, is it fair to say by selecting different parameters in the model?
I'm not an expert on the tier two application process in the rule per se, so I'm going to defer that question.
So in your testimony, you talk about refining a carbon intensity. How does one refine? I'm asking what does it mean to refine the carbon intensity?
The Enum-Greet model does provide, the Enum-Greet model does provide parameter selections that would need to remain stable, but I think I do believe there are other parameters that could be changed by the fuel producer, and so I think refining the other parameters would be part of that discussion.
So it's fair to say selecting different parameters.
Within the bounds of the tier two application process and within the bounds of what's been established in the Enum-Greet model as the foundation. Yes.
And so when would it be appropriate to refine a carbon intensity?
When there is a specific input, for example, a transportation distance or a specific input that can be documented by a specific fuel producer and documented and verified through the tier two application process, then I believe it would be acceptable, although I'm not an expert on the rule, so I would have to also defer that to the NMED rulemaking team.
Have you reviewed NMED's draft rule?
I've reviewed the portions that are relevant to carbon intensities and relevant to the work that ERG developed for the rule.
Were you referring to NMED's draft rule when you stated that producers will, of course, have the opportunity to refine CI estimates for their fuel as part of Tier 2 application submissions?
I was referring to the Tier 2 application process.
In the draft rule?
Yes.
Okay. Were you here earlier in the week for panel 1?
I was.
Do you recall Dr. Rasso and Ms. Borchard testifying that under the draft rule, fossil fuels are required to use the default value in the lookup table?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This witness has established under oath here that he is not an expert on implementation of the rule. He is testifying to the direct scope of his testimony, which is about the model itself. How that model is used, Mr. Tucker had an opportunity yesterday to ask a panel about this. So these questions are not within the scope of Mr. Kupal's testimony.
Mr. Tucker, that sounds right.
Mr. Kupal just testified that he based his testimony on the draft rule, particularly that statement that I just read. And so I'd like to ask him about that.
All right. So just a caution, Mr. Kupal, to the extent you would be drawn out of the scope of what you did for this rule, just say so. Otherwise, if you can answer the question, go ahead.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes.
Do you recall Dr. Rasso and Ms. Borchard testifying that under the draft rule, fossil fuels are required to use the default values in the lookup table and are prohibited from refining their CI as part of a Tier 2 application?
I do not recall that.
You don't recall that?
I'm chalking it up to my memory, not because of anything said or not said.
If fossil fuels were required to use the default value and the lookup table, and were prohibited from refining their CI from a Tier 2 application, Would you say that your testimony accurately characterizes the rule?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This witness has explained that he is not testifying about implementation of the rule.
I think there's a legitimate question in there based on Mr. Kopal's earlier response to the effect that a CI could be refined. Some parameters are stable, some could be flexed, for lack of a better word. It sounds as though this is a follow-up to that question. Go ahead if you have an answer.
I'll say that I'll clarify in the testimony that the producers that are eligible to submit a Tier 2 application can refine their CI. There is no intention in testimony to broaden the scope beyond the definition of the rule, which I'm relying on.
So it's fair to say that producers that are not eligible to file a Tier 2 application couldn't refine their CI score.
I was not addressing or considering producers that are not currently eligible to certify a Tier 2 application. That's beyond the scope of my intention with this testimony.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions and have no more questions for the panel as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you.
We'll move then to Mr. Wexler.
Madam
Oh,
Hearing Officer?
yes.
I have a suggestion for them to take it off. Maybe we'll get the feedback.
Okay, I'm sorry. Come on up, Mr. Wexler. We're going to try something else with the sound system.
What's that?
Do you want me to try and speak? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. First, I just had two quick points of clarification, Madam Hearing Officer. And the first is we've heard an awful lot of objections, and I'm wondering if you are stopping our time during those objections.
When an objection is made, I add 30 seconds or a minute. Yeah.
Thank you. My second question is, normally the rules require that the person who presents a panel, a witness, is also required to stay with that witness throughout the entire time. I haven't heard a request from the department to switch attorneys because it was Ms. Nixon who presented the witnesses, and now we're hearing Ms. Sona doing the objections, nor am I aware of any reason that would justify switching attorneys midstream. So I guess I'm asking you for clarification on that.
Ms. Sona?
In response, I would say that the rules of procedure do not apply to this proceeding, and we're working through getting through this efficiently. I see no basis to do that. I certainly would not impose that on another party.
I find it's nice that they won't impose it, but that is the normal rule, and it's less efficient to have people switching back and forth. So.
All right, thank you. I'll start your time.
All right. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Ford. One of the ways that you evaluated the economic impact was through the modeling that you discussed. And if you look, please, at page 42. Can you let me know when you're there? And here you have the same reference that Mr. Drews had to this so-called three-legged stool for decarbonizing the transportation sector emissions. You see that? I think you have to say it out loud.
I do.
Those legs are the transportation fleet, vehicle miles traveled, and fuel mix. Is that right?
Transportation fleet, vehicle miles traveled, and fuel mix are the three legs of the stool. That is correct.
And we heard from Mr. Drews earlier that if one of these legs were changed, in that case, the transportation fleet, it would affect the modeling of the CTFP program. Do you agree with that?
Yes, the model depends upon the projected transportation fleet and vehicle miles traveled. So that is relevant to the outcomes of the projection.
Page 43 of your testimony, you say at the end of the first full paragraph, you say that gauging the CTFP's full effect can be difficult because of its overlap with NMVES. You see that?
I do, yes.
What do you mean?
So this is in reference, this kind of harkens back to my response to Mr. Mullenberg earlier on, in which we have two policy projections. One is a policy projection of the NMVES by itself, and another one is with the NMVES and CTFP. The difference between the two scenarios is when we run that projection with both of them, whether we are only allocating the difference between those two projections that is caused exclusively by the CTFP to the CTFP, versus when we allocate some portion or all of the impacts of the NMVES also to the CTFP. And the reason for that is that the CTFP is a policy that has its own impact, but also supports the goals that the NMVES attempts to reach. And so the distinction isn't quite as neatly delineated as we make it sound when we do the CTFP only scenario. Specifically, there are results and benefits in the results under NMVES that the CTFP is helping uphold, as fuels are one of those legs on the stool in that analogy. For example, the CTFP has credits for residential charging that must be reinvested in fueling infrastructure for transportation decarbonization, and that or direct rebates for transportation decarbonization. And so they all kind of overlap in a way that can't just be neatly teased out necessarily. And part of that is because of the fact that the CTFP is a direct funding source for achieving the goals that we find under the NMVES projection, because it is providing the money that is needed to help make EVs affordable and traveling in EVs practical, with support, for instance, for public charging stations that help people take their EVs on longer and longer trips and address the range anxiety that could be keeping families, particularly those in more rural or underserved areas, from buying an EV. And so a lot of the EV uptake that we see in NMVES would also result specifically from what the CTFP is doing in its provisions. And so the policy that includes NMVES and CTFP is aggregating all of those and saying, hey, all of this to some degree is also being helped, assisted in some way directly by some of the provisions that are in the revised proposed new rule.
Quick question, and that is, you referred to a benefit cost analysis. Is that the same as a cost benefit analysis? I've heard them referred to that way.
I don't think the ordering changes the.
That's helpful. Thank you. At page 43 and spilling into 44, you're starting there at the bottom there. You're identifying the projections that were done under 3 different policy assumptions, right?
Yes, the projections are the federal only baseline, the NMVES baseline, which is with existing federal law regulating greenhouse gas tailpipe emissions, plus the new motor vehicle emission standards here in New Mexico. And then the third scenario is on top of that, what we call NMVES scenario that stack those two, the CTFP then added as the third policy. So those are the 3 policy projections you refer to.
And because the federal policy is in all 3 of the scenarios, if the federal policy changes, you would expect the outcome to be different than the projections that you model, right?
It's a tricky question only because if we have, the NMVES scenario, that in and of itself makes us a Section 177 state, and to my knowledge would cover the same ground that would basically subsume any effect from the federal only baseline. So if federal policy changed, for example, and NMVES were to remain in place, we probably would see similar outcomes from our fleet modeling. It just would be a greater effect attributed to NMVES in the absence of any federal policy by striking that first projection you alluded to.
So is that to say that you just don't know the outcome of the modeling if you change the federal policy?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. The question's calling for speculation.
Right. Mr. Wexler, I think you have reached kind of the end of what he can say about it.
Yeah, so if he doesn't know, that would be helpful to understand.
Madam Hearing Officer, calling for a negative is not helpful at this point.
It absolutely is. It means that that's not something that the board can rely on.
All right, maybe just rephrase the question.
Yeah, my question is, you haven't done the modeling that has a different federal assumption, is that right?
If I can affirmatively state.
Madam Hearing Officer, objection.
Okay, let him answer. Hold on. Mr. Ford, answer the question.
I can affirmatively state that if NMVES remains in place and there is no federal baseline, that the NMVES would remain the binding policy, and the fleet projections, I don't think would change considerably. And in fact, I can affirmatively state that there would be no impact with NMVES in place of simply striking the federal only baseline, because NMVES is the binding policy projection when it's in place, and we are projecting vehicle fleets for our model.
Let's turn to page 49. And here you outline the steps that you took for the BCA, is that right?
Yes, this is describing what is then shown in figure 5 on page 50, but it's running through each individual step that is depicted in that flow diagram on page 50.
Yeah, and I think actually the figure might come from a BRG report, is that right?
The figure was published in the benefits cost analysis. It was also published in ERG's regulatory impact analysis.
Staying there on page 49 and these steps for the BCA, I count 6 different models that were used by ERG or BRG. Is that right?
Madam Hearing Officer, we've established with the earlier line of questioning that setting the foundation by simply having a witness reiterate what is already in their testimony is not helpful to this proceeding.
And I appreciate that the counsel for NMEP wants to help us understand what's helpful for our examination, but actually I don't need the advice.
All right, so Ms. Sona, I think it is good for counsel to direct the witness's attention to the particular page and section of the page that he's about to ask a question about. I certainly think that's helpful. And then the faster you can get to your real question, the better. Thank you.
We're working on it. There are 6 different models there, is that right?
I do count 6 different modeling exercises. I don't know if they are each individual model components on their own, but they are certainly 6 separate exercises to estimate various aspects that are relevant to assessing the benefits and costs of the program.
You then use all that BCA, you publish a summary at table 1 on page 51. If you look at that, it says the effect of the CTFP as an individual policy or part of a suite. You see that? It's in the heading of the table 1.
I do.
My question is, effect on what?
On fuel markets, health effects, greenhouse gas emissions, and direct jobs from the construction and installation of fuel supply equipment.
So I should understand that to be the effect of each of those items that are actually specifically identified in table 1.
In the rows, yes.
Got it. Thank you. We can see from the table that most of the benefit comes from the reduction in GHG emissions. Is that right?
That has the largest benefits. Yes, that is correct.
And if I understand correctly, the analysis of the benefits of GHG reductions came from the social cost of carbon?
It did come from the social cost of carbon. That's correct.
And that itself is also a near and long-term modeled effect. Is that right?
Did you say defect? Just
Effect.
Oh, effect. Yeah, it is a near and long-term model effect that comes from a 2023 report from the Interagency Working Group on Climate Change, published by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And it is a projection using input from the University of Chicago Climate Impact Lab, as well as Resources for the Futures GIVE model. You'll have to get back to me on what each of those letters stands for, but it's the RFF GIVE model, as well as meta-analysis of numerous other aggregation studies that seek to quantify the impact. So it takes information from all of those sources and aggregates them in order to estimate an appropriate social cost of carbon.
So that's yet another model. So if you take the BCA that has at least 7 different models, each of those models contains its own assumptions, right?
Correction, we agreed that the BCA had 6 models.
And then I was adding in the social cost of carbon model that you were just describing.
Well, the social cost of carbon is an individual estimate, but it actually comes from combining lots of different models to incorporate an entire kind of range of knowledge on climate impacts, emissions and how they impact climate and how it impacts events and weather patterns, and the damages that then result from those weather patterns and how they affect people like you and me. So, but it is a single estimate. So the BCA itself, I would still say, has 6 models, and then the social cost of carbon is an estimate that comes from kind of a meta-analysis of many different models, and it's a very thorough one at that.
Each of those models, whether it's 6 or a different number, has its own set of assumptions, right?
If you don't mind, I can go back over them because some of them are fairly straightforward.
I'm not interested in hearing. My question is just each one has assumptions built into it.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay, you have to speak one at a time. So the question, I'm sorry, to Mr. Ford.
Each model has its own set of assumptions.
I'm just going through 5 and 6. I want to make sure when I answer your question is the correct answer, so if you'll bear with me. Yes, each model has its own assumptions.
Each model has its own error rate or level of uncertainty.
When you say error rate, what are you referring to?
Most models have a certain bracket in which you can trust the output, a certain amount that there's uncertainty in the output.
Yes, there is some uncertainty with each component of this model, and those are taken into consideration.
You turn to page 10, please. At the end of the first paragraph there, you're talking about low income and underserved communities. And this morning you talked about that they are disproportionately impacted. I want to explore just a little bit about what that means. Does that meaning that low income communities will have the less ability to purchase new vehicles?
At no point in time or anywhere in the analysis do we say that.
Is that true?
This policy aims to increase access to purchasing those vehicles and driving those vehicles, with the requirement under Part 305 that at least 50% of all reinvestment from residential EV charging revenues be made to help improve and decarbonize transportation that is used in low income and underserved communities. And the result of that is the impact of this policy, which is what this analysis is concerned with, not general factual statements, but the impact of this policy that we are here to speak about today is to improve access to zero emissions vehicles for members of low income and underserved communities.
When you're talking about that policy, are you talking about the 50% of revenues from electric utilities have to be reinvested in infrastructure for EVs? Is that what you're referring to?
That's not quite correct.
Okay.
This is Part 305 of the rule requires that 100% of all revenue from credits that are earned from residential charging of electric vehicles, all of it be reinvested in decarbonizing New Mexico's transportation sector, with a minimum in every case of 50% of that 100% being reinvested in low-income and underserved communities in New Mexico.
You recognize New Mexico has a large population of it's characterized as low income?
I do.
A large population that's rural?
I do.
Turning back to page 51, that's your table, what is it, table 1? Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Yeah,
I'm there.
Am I correct that some of the benefits you outline in that table 1 are from the expansion of infrastructure that you predict will occur?
The fourth row of that table, direct jobs from fuel supply equipment, is for the construction or installation of fuel supply equipment that is required under the revenue provisions of the rule, and it only is counting those fuel supply equipment stations that are built directly with credit revenue. So it's actually undercounting what is likely the impact of the program on new fuel supply equipment builds, because it is only counting the 10% total of previous year deficits that can support the construction of fuel supply equipment. And of those, only one fuel supply equipment station may be built for a given fuel type and vehicle duty class per zip code. So that is likely not the entirety of the fuel supply equipment builds that will result from this program, because other fuel supply equipment can get revenue from just selling their electricity, and that will incentivize construction of new fuel supply equipment. And so these benefits are very much kind of a lowball estimate of what this program will do for building fuel supply equipment and offering jobs to line workers, electricians, engineers, and a ladder up to the middle class for all New Mexicans.
Have you done an evaluation of whether it's feasible for New Mexico to build out the infrastructure as quickly as you are anticipating by 2030 and 2040?
The fact is that this program and its revenue will make that construction feasible. That is by design.
So I guess my question was, have you done a feasibility study of that?
Specifically going to
whether the infrastructure can be built out that quickly?
It's somewhat of a limited build out. It's limited by the entire size of the credit market. And so it is scaling up gradually from 2026 through 2030 in a way that one would have to imagine is completely feasible. In the past 4 years, the number of direct current fast chargers in New Mexico is set to go up by fourfold. This likely undershoots even that rate of increase that we have already seen in our state. So I'm just using common sense to answer that question, but yes, I would assume it would be feasible.
Understood. So I'll take that as it's an assumption that that study hasn't been done.
Backed by common sense.
Understood. Table 1, staying on there, we've heard testimony about the anticipated increase in the number of EVs. We know that gasoline is taxed and the dollars go into the general fund. Have you evaluated the impact on the general fund from decreased gas taxes?
I believe you're referring to decreased overall gasoline consumption and its effect on excise tax revenue. And
That's right.
no, that was not explicitly. Well, this is a question I would actually defer because the input-output analysis does actually look at tax revenues, if I'm not mistaken. That was done by a member of the ERG staff. So actually, I would punt to them.
Okay.
They may be able to answer that more thoroughly.
I'll ask Mr. Gopal when I have a chance to question him. And actually, those are all the questions I had for you, Mr. Ford. I appreciate it. So I'll turn now to Mr. Drews, excuse me. Mr. Drews, I'm going to start just with your testimony, which I understand to be NMED Exhibit 76, and starting at page 3. And here you're referencing the RPS, and below that you indicate that the RPS sets targets for renewable and zero carbon electricity, which will reduce GHG and cap pollution from the New Mexico power sector. Do you see where you're referring to that?
I do.
You understand that RPS targets are not voluntary for electric utilities?
I do.
Do you know what the current RPS target is?
I would have to refer to reports to be certain. I believe that it is currently a different target in place depending on the electric utility.
So I'll represent to you that it's 40% of all power provided is from renewable sources. Do you know when utilities are required to use 100% renewable resources?
So first of all, I would, to your representation, I am not certain that that is accurate for all utilities and power providers in the state of New Mexico.
You think that there's a different rule for different electric utilities in New Mexico?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. I understand the line of questioning is trying to explore this, but Mr. Drews said from the outset that he's not sure of it. And then when he heard a representation, he wasn't comfortable with it. And so to ask him to continue on that assumption isn't an effective cross-examination.
Can you direct him to where in the record you would be making a reference to, Mr. Wexler?
There's not something there. I'm representing it as part of my my questioning. The idea that somehow I can't test the knowledge of one of the department's experts is stunning to me.
All right. So I'm not saying that you can't test his knowledge. What I would say is when he has said he doesn't know.
And I'm simply representing to him that it's 40% and he said he thinks it's different for different utilities. And I'm saying, well, what's the basis for that?
All right. So just please be mindful, if you will, of and I'll say the same thing to the witness, of the limits of what he's able to answer.
What's the basis for your testimony just there, Mr. Drews?
Without being a lawyer or a expert in New Mexico law, my understanding is that there are separate regulations applying to different types of utilities. I would flag that there are at least 4 broad classes of utilities operating in the state of New Mexico in the electric power sector. These would include investor-owned utilities, rural electric cooperatives, municipal utilities, and tribally owned utilities.
In your modeling, do you build in different RPS standards for each of those, as you call them, different classes of utilities?
Yes.
And I assume I'll be able to find that in your report?
Yes, it is described in Exhibit 78.
Do you know when utilities are required to use 100% of renewable resources?
Again, I believe that the answer to that question depends on the class of utility.
How about for IOUs?
I believe that it is by 2040 or 2045. I would need to review the exact time frame.
And for cooperatives?
I believe that the requirement may be slightly delayed relative to IOUs, but again, I don't have the specific table in my working memory at the moment.
How about tribal electric utilities?
My working understanding is that tribal electric utilities are not regulated under any New Mexico RPS.
To your knowledge, are there any significant tribal electric utilities in New Mexico?
Can you define significant?
Serving more than, let's say, 100 connections.
Yes, to my knowledge, there are tribal utilities in New Mexico that serve more than 100 connections.
I'm just skipping over questions I think you've already answered.
Mr. Wexler, the interpreters are asking that you stay close to the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have a line here on this same page.
A little closer.
I don't know how to do it. You have a line on page, that same page 3, I think we were looking at, that says, you say, my analysis finds that NMVES and the New Mexico RPS together will eventually achieve compliance with the CTFP targets without further interventions beyond 2035. You see that?
I do see that line.
Does that mean that New Mexico would achieve compliance with the CTFP targets by 2035, even if no CTFP rule were in place?
That means that the modeling that underlies the benefit cost analysis, under the assumption that the New Mexico RPS and NMVES are in place, finds that beginning in 2035, no incremental activity is required to achieve CTFP targets as they are currently being proposed. That does not mean that there is not incremental activity that needs to be taken through 2035 to achieve compliance.
When you evaluate the benefits then of greenhouse gas reductions after 2035, are any of those benefits attributed to the CTFP rule?
In the specific scenario, which looks at incremental benefits of the CTFP above and beyond an NMVES baseline, no incremental greenhouse gas benefits are attributed to CTFP beyond 2035 in the analysis.
Turn please to page 8. And here on page 8, you're talking about the RPS and the REC retirement. You see that?
I see that I mentioned both of those on this page.
Yeah, well, I'll direct you specifically to the testimony where you say the benefit cost analysis modeling shows meaningful levels of renewable energy credit retirement to be profitable in the early compliance years of the program. You see that?
I do see that.
And then as you look at figure 2 on page 9, and here I understand this to be the annual rate of the CTFP credit generation modeled in the BCA, is that right?
That is correct.
And we can see from the figure that a very large percentage of the modeled credit generation comes from electricity, right?
I would say that that is correct over the totality of that figure. The percentage by which that is true varies from year to year.
We were just talking about the utilities in New Mexico, and I'm going to stay focused here on the 3 investor-owned utilities. Do you know what percentage of power they're providing in the state of New Mexico?
I do not, off the top of my head, know what percentage of power they are providing. I believe it to be above 50%.
Are you aware that utilities file annual RPS reports regarding their progress on meeting the RPS?
Yes, I am aware that those reports are filed with the New Mexico PRC.
Did you review those reports as part of developing your analysis?
Yes, my staff and I reviewed those reports alongside integrated resource planning and other documents in order to model the carbon intensity of grid electricity under the CTFP.
And so, and where are those, if you recall, where are those investor-owned utilities in terms of meeting RPS requirements today, based on their last annual report?
We'll say that that assumption was finalized prior to my working knowledge of exactly what the last report may have been. If I recall, Excel Energy, which is also sometimes known as Southwestern Public Service, and largely serves consumers in the eastern third of New Mexico, is in compliance with its RPS as of the last one that I have reviewed. I believe that that is also true of PNM. I believe that that is at least largely true of El Paso Electric, although at this time I don't specifically recall if El Paso Electric, which generally serves consumers in Las Cruces, El Paso suburbs, those portions of New Mexico, I don't recall if it's fully within compliance or not.
You can refer back to your testimony as you need to on page 8. A utility can retire RECs to generate credit. Is that right?
That is correct.
But they would not get credit if they'd only get credit if they're not otherwise using those RECs for other purposes, say the RPS.
Madam Hearing Officer, to the extent this is outside the scope of Mr. Drew's analysis, I would object and state that implementation has already been covered.
This isn't about implementation. This is about the assumptions that he's building into his model.
That's what I understood as well from page 8 of his testimony. Go ahead, Mr. Drews.
So I guess my question again was, they get credit if they're not otherwise using those RECs for RPS compliance. Is that right?
So there are different types of credits that electric utilities can receive for providing power to vehicles in the state. The modeling has assumptions for grid carbon intensity, which for simplification is calculated on the basis of a statewide average. And that does not assume any incremental REC retirement and is based off of projections by the utilities. There are protections under the rule to ensure no double counting between what is required to be retired under the RPS and incremental electricity credits, which can be generated by a utility retiring RECs above and beyond its New Mexico RPS requirements in order to reduce the carbon intensity of its transportation fuel for credit calculation purposes.
So I'm going to, for simplicity, I'll stay on the credits that can be generated from RECs, from switching to renewable energy sources. And when utilities have a renewable energy source that is being used for RPS compliance, you understand they have to retire that REC, right?
Yes.
And if they're doing that, they don't otherwise get credit under this program, the CTFP program.
That is correct.
If you look again at figure 2 on page 9, in 2040, you're showing that nearly all credit generation comes from electricity. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you know what the RPS, and I'll stick with, since you think it's different, for IOUs is in 2040?
I don't specifically recall. I believe that in 2040 or 2045, the RPS requirements for IOUs are ultimately, in effect, would require 100% zero carbon electricity. I will note that that does, I believe, have carve-outs for other zero carbon electricity. For example, the shares of the Palo Verde nuclear generating station in Arizona, which is owned by a variety of utilities, but includes PNM and El Paso Electric among the New Mexico utilities.
I'll have you assume for the purposes of this question that in 2040, the RPS is 80%. So 80% must be coming from renewable sources. I mean, in that year, that would mean that only 20% of the total power supplied by utilities was available for CTFP credit generation.
I don't believe that that is strictly accurate.
What's inaccurate about it?
The requirements for retirement require deliverability into the various regions of the state. Moreover, I will note that in the electric power system, there are transmission and distribution losses on power lines, which mean that on average, utilities must generate more electricity than they deliver to retail customers. My memory of the New Mexico RPS is that it is a requirement on retail sales delivered into the state. And so to the extent that incremental electricity was generated in and then lost in transmission and distribution line losses, I don't know that that would factor into the math that you were asking me to presuppose.
So let me just ask you, just generally, you understand the RPS increases until 2045, it hits 100%, right?
Again, my working memory of the New Mexico RPS is that it does not require 100% source from renewable electricity. As I stated previously, there are other low or no carbon sources of electricity, including El Paso Electric and PNM's ownership share of the Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station in Arizona, that I believe are not included there.
How about this? Will you agree with me the RPS requirement increases over time?
I would agree with that.
And at that same time that the RPS requirement is increasing, your figure 2 is showing an increasing percentage or amount of available credit from electricity.
I agree with that.
Let's turn to page 11. At the bottom of page 11 there, you're talking about you use the social cost of carbon to evaluate the GHG emission benefits of the CTFP, correct?
That is correct.
And the social cost of carbon evaluates the financial benefit to society as a whole, right?
Yes.
And in fact, on page 12, you say that those benefits are, quote, not specific to New Mexico, right?
I do say that on page 12.
Instead, you say they, quote, represent the monetized value of New Mexico's avoided contribution to global climate change due to the CTFP, right?
I do say that.
Before we move off of the social cost of carbon, will you agree that the social cost of carbon includes the value of health-related impacts caused by climate change?
Specifically caused by climate change, that is my understanding. I believe that Mr. Kupal probably has slightly more expertise on this particular topic than I do.
Going back to that page 5 in table 1. So we talked about here that the greenhouse gas emissions and benefits are not specific to New Mexico. But I understand the other rows, fuel markets, health effects, direct jobs from FSE, those are specific to New Mexico. Is that right?
That is correct. The greenhouse gas emissions benefits are representative of New Mexico's contribution to global climate change. Given the nature of global climate change and the fact that air does not respect state borders, the emissions benefits do accrue globally. And this represents New Mexico's contribution to a reduction in its emissions, the benefit and how those benefits would be monetized.
But of those things listed here on table 1, GHG emissions is the only one that is not specific to New Mexico.
It is specific to New Mexico's transportation sector emissions, broadly defined.
I'm sorry, we just went through a discussion in which you say, quote, those benefits are not specific to New Mexico. Did I have that wrong?
The benefits are calculated as a to represent New Mexico's contribution to global climate change. Those benefits do not respect state lines, just as emissions reductions outside the state of New Mexico would correspondingly benefit New Mexicans.
These other things, fuel markets, health effects, direct jobs from FSE, those do respect state lines within the analysis.
That is correct.
All right, that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Drews. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Kopal, good afternoon. Let's start on your direct testimony, which is NMED Exhibit 80 at page 5.
Okay.
And here you start actually a section, you can look at the other pages following this if you want, where you're talking about New Mexico experiencing the effects of climate change. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, New Mexico is a geographically large state. Would you agree with that?
I would.
But we have a small population.
True.
We don't have many industrial sources of greenhouse gases.
Is that the question?
It is.
Well, there is a large oil and gas contribution for greenhouse gases.
Okay, so you would take that as a large percentage or a large number of industrial sources of greenhouse gases?
Oil and gas is the number one, followed by transportation source of greenhouse gases.
In New Mexico?
In New Mexico.
The NMED report exhibit 86 says that in 2021, the total carbon dioxide equivalent GHG emissions produced in New Mexico was approximately 1.3% of total U.S. greenhouse gas emissions. Do you have any reason to disagree with that number?
I'm sorry, which exhibit?
It's 86.
Can you direct me to where?
I can't. I'm just asking you if that sounds about the right proportion. 1.3% of total U.S. greenhouse gas emissions. How about this? Do you know the percentage of total U.S. greenhouse gas emissions that New Mexico represents?
All I can say is that as one of the 50 states, 2% in that area, 1 to 2% would seem reasonable given, the contribution and given as you said, the population. So,
climate change is a global phenomenon. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Do you know what percentage of global greenhouse gas emissions are generated in the state of New Mexico?
I do not. I imagine it's smaller than 1%.
Have you evaluated the impact of the CTFP program on climate change?
Well, the social cost of carbon is really the proxy for that.
So other than that, which I understand Mr. Drews to have evaluated, that's the only way that you've looked at whether the program will have an impact on climate change?
Well, we've looked at it in terms of the reductions also towards New Mexico's climate goals, as I discussed in my testimony.
Maybe I can phrase it this way. I mean, you have a discussion here on these pages, I think it's somewhere between 5 and 7, where you're discussing the impacts of rising temperatures. If you evaluated whether the CTFP will have any impact on temperatures, global temperatures in New Mexico?
And really, that's the, and really, when we look at greenhouse gas reductions, it is important to consider the state objectives for greenhouse gases. In a way, each rule is providing a cost beneficial opportunity to help the state meet its overall goals. So in a way, I think the state's goals are a major driver. I think in terms of the specific effect of the rule, that is really where social cost of carbon. And it's important to consider social cost of carbon as a global phenomena, because we know, as Mr. Drew stated, that the air doesn't respect state boundaries, but we also know that New Mexico and the US do not live in a vacuum. You know, that there are global impacts. We are a global economy, disruptions to supply chains, et cetera, outside of US boundaries, outside of state boundaries, you know, imports, you know, the impacts of those are all sort of part of the social cost of carbon equation.
Understood. And I'll try one more time. I mean, the reason I understand you to be including this testimony about rising temperatures and the impact in New Mexico is you're trying to express to the board the urgency, the need to adopt these rules and to do it quickly. Do I have that correctly?
Well, it's really to say, I think it's to sound the alarm that if the state has climate goals, which it does, and those goals are not being met, then additional measures are needed to meet those goals.
I see. So you're not suggesting that somehow adopting the rule is going to address those problems that you are identifying?
I would not characterize that.
Let's turn to page 9. And here you have a discussion of some of the health benefits. And you quantified the health benefits for the CTFP program, right?
That is correct.
That program, the CTFP program, is targeted at carbon intensities, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I missed that.
It's targeted at carbon intensities.
That's true, yes.
In your quantification of health benefits, you're discussing the effects of reducing fine particulate matter, NOx, NOx, VOCs, and sulfur dioxide, right?
That is correct.
Particulate matter, NOx, VOCs, and sulfur dioxide are what we call criteria pollutants. Are you familiar with that term?
I am, yes.
And what does that mean?
Criteria pollutants, as I said in my testimony, are contribute to air pollution that is regulated by the EPA under the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. Under
the Clean Air Act?
Yes.
In your summary, you said, this is on your last page of your PowerPoint.
I'm sorry, the last page of
your PowerPoint.
Okay.
Yeah, the one that says, the title is a direct testimony summary. And there you say the proposed rule will improve the health of New Mexicans by reducing PM 2.5 and ozone precursors from motor vehicles and non-road equipment. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Is one purpose of the CTFP rules, as you understand it, to reduce the criterion pollutants you identify?
I described it today as a co-benefit of the rule. The rule is, focusing on carbon intensity and lowering the carbon intensities of the fuel in New Mexico, but it's important to also recognize that co-benefits are important and are worth noting because it is beneficial for New Mexicans' health.
Did you separately analyze the health benefits of reducing carbon intensities or greenhouse gas emissions?
Those are accounted for in social cost of carbon, but we did not look specifically within New Mexico for that.
You referenced this morning, and I understand you're familiar with what I'll call NAAQS, National Ambient Air Quality Standards. You're familiar with those?
Yes.
And NAAQS is a health-based limit set by the EPA under the Clean Air Act?
That is correct.
The idea is to establish the standard for pollutants that is not healthy for human health.
That is correct.
EPA has a National Ambient Air Quality Standard for particulate matter, right?
Yes.
For NOx?
No, not for NOx directly. There is near road requirements for NO2, but NOx is primarily a precursor of ozone, and there is an ozone NAAQS.
Right, there's an ozone precursor. How about sulfur dioxide?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the term non-attainment area?
I am.
What's a non-attainment area?
A non-attainment area, and I guess I will back up and say that the National Ambient Air Quality Standard is a bright line, but it's also recognized in literature that, as I mentioned in my testimony, that exposure below the threshold limits of National Ambient Air Quality Standards are also dangerous to human health. But the actual non-attainment area definition is fairly complex, but it depends on looking at multiple year exceedances of those thresholds and accounting for extreme events like extreme weather events and those sorts of things, and then sort of trying to filter out whether there's an ongoing exceedance above a certain number of days above the threshold.
Above the NACs.
And which would basically, the point of that really is not to say, aha, healthy, unhealthy. The point is to say this area requires additional action to.
Have you looked at the non-attainment areas in New Mexico?
I have, and I'm aware that that there's a PM issue in Las Cruces, but I don't. But not an ozone, not an attainment area.
And there's not, other than Las Cruces, there's not otherwise any non-attainment areas in New Mexico.
They're not by the NAC's definition. As I say, there are days above the standard, though, and that's what I mentioned this morning when I said the American Lung Association has given these counties an F grade, as they're saying, and actually there's 30 days above the standard, above the ozone standard in Bernalillo County, for example, and 14 days above the PM standard. So it's in terms of looking at health impacts of air pollution, any elevated amount, and especially above the national ambient air quality standard, is unhealthy air. So there's 30 days in the period. I'll have to look at the specific period.
Well, that's all right. Let me ask you this. I just talked with Mr. Drews. He said that the social cost of carbon includes the monetary value of health-related impacts caused by climate change. Given that, why was it necessary to model the health benefits?
These are the health effects of climate change, and really, in a way, it's sort of another conservative approach that we took here, because there is discussion that as temperatures rise, then the ozone levels will rise, PM levels will rise, and that's certainly not accounted for. But in terms of the strict health impact, like an example of a health impact of social cost of carbon is from climate change is smoke from wildfires. So there's specific heat-driven, climate-driven impacts. The actual criteria pollutant impacts that we were looking at are based on motor vehicle emissions. So those motor vehicle emissions are going to occur regardless of the climate situation. They're really independent in the sense of the health benefits from reducing motor vehicle emissions are going to be independent of any sort of climate benefit.
Let's turn to your regulatory analysis. That's Exhibit 82.
Okay, and I have to look at my computer because I don't have a hard copy.
You bet.
And it's not letting me. Sorry. Bear with me.
Take your time.
Okay, I'm there. Sorry.
No, that's okay. And I'm looking at. I'm going to take you to page 6-4, which, using the numbers at the bottom, might be PDF page 89 in that vicinity. It has on it table 6-1.
Yes.
And I understand section 6 is for reference for the board, is the description of your macroeconomic analysis that you performed.
Yeah. Well, this is the analysis performed by ERG's economic team. Yes, that's correct.
And table 6-1 is the CTFP credits generated annually by fuel type, right?
Yes.
And we can see that in all but the first year, I think electricity ends up being the largest level of credits that are generated.
Correct.
All right, section, if you turn let's see, let's go to page 6-9, please. And here under section 6-2.2.3, you have a section about consumer impacts, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the section?
6.2.3. It's entitled Consumer Impacts.
Oh, yes, yes,
And there you're discussing consumer impacts for households, government, and businesses, right?
correct.
And then on page 6-11, so you can see table 6-12, that's the annual household consumer cost changes, right?
That is correct.
And there we can see the impacts on the households from the CTFP rule. Am I interpreting that right?
That is under the, let's see. I'm just making sure I have the right scenario here. Because we do these impacts for both the 0% pass-through and 100% pass-through. And so it's important to know which. And so, yeah, the table you're referencing is for the 100% pass-through scenario.
And so as I understand that, in each year, your results show tens of $1 million in cost to households related to gasoline, right?
That is correct for the 0%. I'm sorry, for the 100% pass-through scenario.
Understood. I think this one doesn't do the pass-through part, but we'll get to that in a second. And then you're also showing significant savings in electricity for households, right?
That is correct.
And we can go through that same exercise on the next page for business and government, but I won't belabor that point. Section 6.3 on page 6.-14 is entitled Results. And specifically, if you look at 6.3.1, here you're showing the full economic impact analysis, right?
Yes.
And you say there under 6.3.1, these results present all impacts, including impacts related to the fuel market, parens, credits and deficits, rec retirements, biodiesel and renewable diesel supply costs, and bank holding costs, end parens, FSE credits, and health and productivity changes, right?
Yes.
If you turn the page to page 6-13, table 6-16, this shows the 100% pass-through scenario, right?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, 6-16
is the table. The page is 6-15.
Madam Hearing Officer, may I ask, Council, are you setting a foundation before I object?
No, I'm pointing out what I consider to be very important aspects of his report to the board.
Okay.
Okay, then I would just object to just pointing out evidence that's there already in the record.
All right. I'm going to let him use his 30 minutes how he wishes. Go ahead, Mr. Wexler.
Are you there with me?
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat this.
I'm looking at table 6-16.
Okay.
Page 6-15. They're confusing. And my question was, this shows the 100% pass-through, right?
Yes.
And in which case, the outputs there, you can see for each one of those years, in the output column, that's the cost of the CTFP program, right? Pass-through.
Yes, those are the results for the 100% pass-through scenario.
And if I total up that column in the output, you haven't done that, but I'll just represent that came up to over $1 billion. Does that sound right to you?
I haven't totaled up, and it would require in the discounting. It would depend on the discounting and all that, so I'm not able to do that on the spot.
Fair enough. I won't ask you to do math on the stand. Now, these results only show up through 2035, right?
That is correct.
All right. So if you turn then to page 6-18, at the top of the page, here you're indicating that, and I'm reading the paragraph that starts table 6-21. You see that?
I'm sorry, page 6-21?
6-18.
Okay.
And then the paragraph starts table 6-21.
Yes. Okay.
And this is where you're indicating that you average the 0 pass-through scenario and the 100 pass-through scenario to report the macroeconomic impacts, right?
Correct.
And then you produce this final summary total on the next page, 6-19.
That's correct.
And so I take that, and I just need confirmation for our rebuttal purposes, but what you're doing here is basically assuming that 50% of the costs are passed on. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, looking at staying there on 6-19, did you also average any of these others? In other words, did you average the fuel markets in the way that you averaged the pass-through costs? In other words, are all of these averaged? Well, let me put it a different way because you look confused, and I don't blame you. When we looked at table 6-16, and that was the 100 pass-through, and you looked at the output, right?
Yes.
And then if you look at, you can see table 6-17 is the 0%, table 6-18 is the 100%, right? And direct, indirect, and induced effects, you see that?
Yes.
And I understand you average those, and then you reported out that total amount to get the what you're reporting in this table. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was that done for all of these rows, is what I'm asking?
Well, not all of the rows were affected by pass-through.
Right. So which ones are affected by pass-through?
The fuel market costs, and I would have to defer to my other panel members in terms of the jobs, because we work directly with BRG on the jobs, how the jobs are handled.
Got it. Let me ask this question. Were the GHG emissions, those benefits, averaged in the way you're talking about?
Well, those are also not affected by pass-through.
Right. So the answer is no.
Correct.
And then how did you get to the 2040 numbers from the 2030 numbers?
Well, those were just in Mr. Drew's analysis and the analysis that we collaborated with. They were sort of year by year tallies really done for each of these. And so this is just sort of summed through 2030 and then summed through 2040 from the beginning of the program.
Got it. No further questions. Thank you very much. I appreciate it to all of the panel members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wexler, and thanks for stopping exactly at 2:45, because now I can invite us to come back from a break at 3. Thank you. We're back after a short break. We'll resume examination of the second department panel. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of this panel?
No questions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Boutier, do you have questions of this panel?
I do. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Chair Sweeney, Vice Chair Trujillo, members of the board. My name is Stuart Boutier. I am with the Modrell Sperling firm, and along with my partner Stan Harris, represent HF Sinclair Corporation. And that is, of course, the operator of the Navajo Refinery, New Mexico's only refinery. Let me start by thanking the panelists for their work on behalf of New Mexico. I appreciate the efforts you've made on this. Most of my questions are going to be for you, Mr. Ford. And I'm a little confused. Should I be referring to you as Dr. Ford or Mr. Ford? Mr. Ford, okay.
Mr. Ford, please.
Thank you very much. Let me ask, can you all hear me okay? Okay. Mr. Ford, you are the climate change economist with the New Mexico Environment Department's Climate Change Bureau, correct?
That is correct.
And you report to Dr. Borchert?
I report to Bureau Chief Borchert, yes.
Bureau Chief Borchert. And you have had a central involvement with the proposed CTFP rule, correct?
Can you restate the question? Sorry.
You've had central involvement with the proposed CTF rule, is that correct? As the economist, the climate change economist within the Bureau?
I think that's fair to say. Could I add to the previous question? my direct supervisor is Bonnie Hughes, and then above both of us, we both report to Bureau Chief Borchert. So
Thank you for that clarification. You commented during your direct testimony, Mr. Ford, that your colleagues are jealous of the kind of work you're doing on behalf of New Mexico in this matter. Is that correct?
it's correct. They're jealous, yes.
And is that because the CTFP rule is, as you described it, the first ever environmental market-based program adopted by the state of New Mexico?
That's part of the reason. It's also just really cool and interesting work that causes their envy as well.
And these are colleagues from both University of New Mexico and University of Chicago, I assume?
University of New Mexico, University of Chicago, and some of my previous employment experiences in the federal government and private sector.
And this first ever environmental market-based program that is being proposed to the board in this proceeding is something that you described would leverage economic measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
And it's also envisioned that the market that would be created would create novel opportunities, to use your terms.
I don't recall specifically saying novel opportunities, but I think that is in the general spirit of my overall testimony.
And is it fair to say that at its core, the proposed CTFP rule seeks to take innovative advantage of the invisible hand of a marketplace to foster desired social change?
In a respect, yes. The invisible hand is with reference to generally absent regulation, people's needs being met by an allocation of resources that suits their demand based on letting people pursue their own interest. That is the case here too, but there is also a visible hand as well, which is we set hard greenhouse gas reduction targets. And so it's not just like a bakery always baking, in a town, the bakery is just having enough bread to meet exactly how much bread people want because of the invisible hand. There's a very visible one in this case, which is our carbon intensity targets are very open and public and transparent.
Thank you. My main goal was to just show off that I know something about Adam Smith, actually.
Okay.
So the marketplace itself that we're talking about under the CTFP rule is one that would be created by this board's adoption of that rule, correct?
Yes, the rule would need to be adopted for the CTFP's credit market to come into play.
So the marketplace that we're talking about itself is in a sense invisible in that it does not even exist today, correct?
And in that sense, it's invisible. Yes, the rule that creates the market has not been enacted. So, yeah. Yes.
Thank you. And the hope is that this first ever market-based Environmental Improvement Board rule would create incentives to whole categories of individuals in one way or another connected to the transportation fuel sector.
Incentives to whole categories of individuals. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. Let me just sort of go down a list, and you can tell me whether you agree that these are players who are sought to be incentivized by this CTFP rule.
Okay.
First, the traditional fossil fuels producers, importers, and users of fossil fuels.
Yes.
Refineries, such as the Navajo refinery operated by our client.
Yes.
Generators of various non-traditional transportation fuels.
To the extent that they are produced, imported, or sold or dispensed for use in New Mexico, yes.
Thank you for that caveat. And innovative scientists, consultants, and service providers to the industry.
certainly there would be, I would imagine, more demand for people like scientists and innovators as a result of this rule. I mean, their skills to make clean fuels would certainly be in demand. I don't know that that is the express purpose of the rule, but it would be an ancillary effect.
And there's also an intended incentivization, if that's a word even, for investors, whether or not they're part of the transportation fuels industry. Is that correct?
For investors, yeah, investors and transportation fuel suppliers, ipso facto, would be part of the transportation fuel industry if they got an equity stake. So, yeah, I think that it would spur investment, and that would be one intended effect of the rule.
And am I correct that you were present in the room yesterday when the first NMED panel testified?
I was here, yes.
Do you agree that the CTF rule that the New Mexico Environment Department asks this board to adopt includes a ton of complexities, as Dr. Murphy indicated?
I don't think you can measure complexities in units of mass, but certainly it is does have a lot of caveats and nuances, to be sure.
Thank you for that. And do you also agree that the CTF rule that the agency asks this board to adopt would entail a lot to learn, as I think it was either Division Director Borchert or Dr. Rosso, I'm not sure which, indicated yesterday?
With the caveat that we would learn a lot, absolutely, as this program goes into effect, and have also leveraged opportunities to learn as much as we can in preparation for it, from extensively consulting other states and officials that have had similar experiences and implemented similar programs.
And you, as an economist with an economics background, were hired, approximately 2 years ago specifically to undertake that kind of exercise, correct?
I've worked on other policies besides the CTFP, so in a general sense, yes, but I was not just hired to do that. Learning for the CTFP by itself, I've also participated in a number of other departmental initiatives.
And one reason for the complexities and the need to learn a lot both before and after adoption of the rule is largely due to the many unknowns at the outset of the proposed adoption of this rule, correct?
When you talk about many unknowns, can you kind of specify what kind of topics they might relate to?
Thank you. You've anticipated the next part of my outline, so I'll go right to that. One of the unknowns would be what credits will in fact be applied for, by when they'll be applied for, and how long it will take the agency to approve those credits. Is that correct?
To approve are you asking about approving all credit, like alternative fuel pathways?
Correct.
Okay, that is a question I think the previous panel would be better positioned to answer than myself.
But you could agree with me that it's unknown today who may apply for the alternative pathways that you just described.
Well, the rule does delineate which regulated parties could apply for alternative fuel pathways. So there are kind of guidelines and parameters and a general understanding of who that would be.
And just to be clear, your testimony that you just provided was who could apply, but we don't know today. I mean, it's a fairly simple question, I think. We don't know today who actually is going to apply, correct?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This exact question was answered by the panel yesterday.
Mr. Boutier. Please move on.
You asked me to withdraw that question? Okay, I'm happy to do that. Another another unknown today at the outset of the proposed rule is whether or not the New Mexico Environment Department will be able to staff itself sufficiently to make things work. Is that correct?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This was a line of questioning discussed at length with the panel yesterday.
Do you have different questions about the staffing? We did hear an awful lot about it yesterday.
That was my only question, I think, related to staffing, Madam Hearing Officer. And I'm happy to withdraw it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm mainly just making a point here about the uncertainties that are being faced at the outset of this program. Another unknown at the outset is whether parties will be able to understand and know how to comply or to comply with the proposed rule, and also how to take advantage of the incentives under the rule. Would you agree with that?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This line of questioning is outside the scope of Mr. Ford's testimony.
Well, so I thought he did speak to unknowns, and I believe now Mr. Boutsier is really just trying to identify a list of unknowns without further going down, a rabbit hole about it.
If I may, Madam Hearing Officer, Mr. Ford answered his question in a broad level, having not had any specifics about where this was going. The foundation for that question to lead into potential questions about his economic testimony would have been appropriate. However, to take the line of questioning to matters that have been addressed by the prior panel, merely to make a point, Mr. Ford's not the appropriate witness to be doing that. This is outside the scope of his testimony.
All right. So, Mr. Boutsier, again, if you would prioritize your lines of questioning here.
Okay, Madam Hearing Officer, in response to Ms. Sona, I am following up on the observation made in the testimony of Mr. Ford that this is the first ever market-based environmental program that this board has been asked to adopt, or that this state has adopted, for that matter. And I'm attempting to provide some color to what is entailed in a first ever program.
Okay, and that's fine to the extent it's not helpful to necessarily walk through again what the first panel agreed were unknowns. I'm not sure how helpful that is. But
okay, thank you,
Madam
Hearing Officer. Let me get to a topic that's more, I guess, economics related, and that is supply and demand. Under the proposed marketplace that this rule would ask the board to create, what we're talking about in terms of supply are the credits that one may have approved by the agency after proposing an alternative pathway. Is that correct?
It would be, yes, the credits generated from fuel or infrastructure supplied by regulated parties that have approved alternative fuel pathways under the program.
And the demand for those credits will come from regulated parties under this rule who have deficits because they are above the CI index for particular fuels that have either been produced or whatever the three things are: produced, used, or
imported, produced, imported, or dispensed for use. And yes, they would be the buyers. They would be the regulated parties. And the way that this policy would differ when they are regulated under a market mechanism versus command and control is in command and control, we don't care. Or I'm not going to say we don't care, that's an overstatement, but regulations they're required to comply with regulations regardless of kind of the cost or the impact on their businesses, right? It's hard and fast rules. This is an area where there's competition among credit generators to try to find the credits that are most economically generated. And so in that sense, the regulated party here that would be deficit generating has a little bit more of an impact in terms of being able to have credit generators compete to reduce their cost of compliance. And that is one fundamental way that this policy would differ from traditional command and control.
And in terms of the supply side of the market that would be created, all credits are not created equal. In fact, as I think you just testified, some could be created more economically and therefore be offered at a lower price. Is that correct?
That's right. One credit is one credit. So at the output of a credit generator's activity is equal. It's 1 metric ton is 1 metric ton. But different credit generators could be better positioned than others to more economically create those emissions reductions that lead to their credits being traded.
And back to my list of many unknowns at the outset of this program, one of the unknowns is whether the supply of credits will meet the demand for those credits from the deficits at any given point in time, particularly at the beginning of the program. Is that correct?
The supply of credits almost definitionally has to meet the demand of credits, or the regulated parties who are deficit generating would not be in compliance with the program, and that would bring into play some of our numerous cost containment measures and mechanisms, such as a program deferral. It seems from the benefits cost analysis unlikely that would arise in the first year of the program, where something like 940,000 credits were projected to be generated to cover 630,000 deficits. So that's about a 50% surplus that leads to net credit banking in the first year of the program because of the very gradual rate of carbon intensity reductions at the outset. So it's conceivable, but it is kind of by design not a high likelihood event.
But the fact is that's an unknown. We simply don't know, and I think that's inherent in the answer you just provided, right?
Any more than we know anything that hasn't happened yet.
And in considering whether the supply will be sufficient to meet the demand for those credits at the outset of the program, do you take into account the fact that New Mexico is widely considered to be the second major producer of oil and gas in the United States, second only to Texas?
In terms of supply and demand of, so this applies to the finished fuel that is sold for use in New Mexico.
Understood.
So, and we in New Mexico combined consume about 100,000 barrels a day of finished fuel in our state between gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, and a couple other fuels. The oil production, last I checked, was about 2.25 million barrels a day. So that's 25 times what we consume in finished product volumes. Certainly, it's conceivable that there could be some impact upstream from this policy, and that was explicitly modeled actually in the input-output analysis within plan that ERG provided. So it is something we did directly take into account. It's just I'd like to caveat that with kind of a sense of proportionality when it comes to how those two things relate to one another.
Well, Mr. Kupal will be glad to hear that I do not intend to spend 30 minutes talking about modeling with Mr. Kupal. The discussion we've already had has made my head spin. And I'm recalling a time when a lawyer opposing me made an argument to a judge that I was a lawyer masquerading as a scientist. And so I don't want to put any ideas in Ms. Sona's heads or see that happen here in today's proceeding. Another unknown is what the price impact or the price of fuel, impacts after this rule, if it were to be adopted, would be on New Mexico's consumers. You can project, you can make an educated guess, but we simply don't know, correct?
There is uncertainty, and during the previous testimony, there was 6 different models, and they all have some assumptions and parameters that are uncertain. So we don't know. But in order to kind of account for that fact, intentionally, when there were uncertainties, designed our model to err on the side of assuming lower benefits at the low end on benefits and the high end on cost, and those uncertainties multiplied because they interacted with each other in our model. And so we were very conservative. And so, yes, there are uncertainties. I would pre-adventure that the majority of those uncertainties are uncertainties that could push the benefit cost ratio to the upside rather than the downside.
It's also unknown at this time how often course corrections or rulemakings before this board may be needed in order to make this program run smoothly after adopted, correct?
I think the frequency of follow-up rulemakings was discussed on the previous panel. I think that question was probably better intended for them.
That's fine. And Mr. Ford, you are familiar with what I think you described as the similar programs adopted by California, Oregon, and Washington, correct?
Yes, I've never worked in those programs directly, but I do have the familiarity of an academic observer.
And are you familiar with how those programs used various ramp-up techniques to make sure that the rule, as it was rolled out, was successful?
Yes, I did study the carbon intensity curves that each of those programs have. And so I did look at the degree to which carbon intensity reductions changed over time and the rate that they changed over time in the kind of initial to middle years of each program.
And what I was actually referring to more was, for example, one of the states allowed everybody to become familiar with the program by essentially deeming it a practice year that didn't count as a year in which regulated parties had to comply. Is that correct?
I believe that to be the case for a couple of programs that I've looked at, yes.
But that's not proposed in this rule, correct?
So 2026, the first year in this rule, there'd be a target carbon intensity reduction of 1.8% below the 2018 baseline, which is in actuality less than 1.8% below where carbon intensity currently is, because there's been some reduction in transportation fuels carbon intensity below the 2018 baseline over the past 7 years as is.
Are you familiar also with the fact that there was sort of a deferral aspect to one of the three states that you've looked to for examples for this program?
That would be Washington State, I believe. Yes, they do a fuels forecast report that is taken into account when they determine whether to do a forecast deferral, which is deferring the program for the year ahead if there is an anticipation or expectation that there will be insufficient supply of credits to meet deficits. The gentleman, Mr. Drews, to my left, can discuss that perhaps a bit more, as he is the author of that forecast report.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that this proposed rule to this board has a deferral aspect that's really more of one of what's been described as a guardrail or a safety mechanism, similar to the emergency-related mechanism. And it was one of three that's already been testified to, so I won't ask you to repeat those. But the deferral aspect of the Oregon rule that you just described is a little different than that, correct?
I described the Washington State.
Excuse me, Washington.
Yeah. So we have two deferral mechanisms. We have the forecast deferral, which I just described, which is producing a report for the upcoming compliance year and determining whether enough credits are available to meet projected deficits. The second of the two is an emergency deferral, where it's a deferral that would need to be taken because of an unforeseen event or circumstance. So those are the two types of deferrals. I know that Washington has the first type, the forecast deferral. I believe they also have the second type, the emergency deferral.
But would you agree with me that it would not be sort of prudent as a board to adopt a rule that almost immediately could trigger some of these emergency or deferral mechanisms? Would you agree with me on that?
I would think that that would be something that, to my mind, would increase the viability of adopting the rule, knowing that there are safeguards in place were unforeseen events to occur.
So you're disagreeing with me, in other words?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you whether you would agree that the task of rolling out the proposed rule here would be a daunting task given the unknowns leading up to and after adoption of the rule, given the number of players that have to come up to understanding what the rule is and how to comply with it, the need for the agency to come up with staffing and the like. Would you agree with me at least that we're talking about a fairly daunting task to bring this first ever new market-based environmental program into effect?
Madam Hearing Officer, I would believe we addressed this type of question as being inappropriate for Mr. Ford.
I didn't hear myself, Madam Hearing Officer, say, is it possible that? I'm asked if he's agreed that this would be a daunting task.
Right. And just again, think about probabilities rather than anything is possible. Go ahead.
Okay. I would not agree respectfully. And I would just harken back to Mr. Vaughn's testimony yesterday. And, he talked about the 17 months that we've spent gearing up to implement this rule and running pretty much every trap we could find, and having contingency plans. This team has been working for the better part of my time here on preparing for all of the circumstances you've mentioned. So I personally, I would disagree that it would be daunting given how much legwork and how much prep we have already put into this.
Okay, well, I'm determined to ask a question that you would agree with. So I'll ask this next one, which is, would you agree that the board should proceed with caution if it were to adopt this rule and proceed in a way that's cautious to make sure that the rule works smoothly from the outset?
I think it would be incumbent upon us to assure the board that we would proceed with caution in implementing the rule. And I think we are more than adequately prepared to do that.
Okay, I'm going to have you turn now to your written testimony. And specifically on page 10 of your testimony, you state that, quote, the CTFP's cost containment mechanisms include measures to allow for credit banking, end quote. Can you let me know when you've arrived at that?
Yes.
I'd like to discuss this testimony in light of the credit clearance market provisions contained in the proposed rule. And first, let me ask, how can credit banking be a cost containment mechanism if a regulated party may be forced to pledge credits if they bank over the 10% market threshold?
So this question specifically relates to subpart I of part 507 of the revised proposed new rule. And that provision, which deals with the credit clearance market, stipulates that regulated parties that have banked credits that they've held for more than 5 years, or who have more than a 10% share of all banked credits, would need to pledge their credits to the credit clearance market. And when I say pledge, I don't mean sell. I mean simply make available for sale for deficit parties that need to buy them to comply, to kind of look at and when they're shopping for credits and find the best deal.
if a deficit generator doesn't offer a price to one of the regulated parties who has to bank their credits, that's to their satisfaction, they are under no obligation to sell. The only exception to that case would be if they received the maximum price for their credit, which is the most they would ever get for that credit. So why else would you generate a credit if you couldn't get more than that price? So that is the only time they would be required to sell that credit, is if they got the most they ever possibly could for it. Because if that wasn't to their satisfaction, then their motives may be other than simply finding an opportunity to sell the credit.
And the more than 5 years and beyond 10% of the market threshold that you described, that trigger mechanism would apply whether we're talking about credit generators exclusively or deficit generators who may also have, as a business strategy, sought to bank credits in order to comply with future deficits. Is that correct? Am I interpreting the rule correctly?
So deficit generators, if you have a net deficit at any period in time, you cannot offer credits for sale. You must use those credits to offset your deficit and then go look for additional credits to offset the remainder of your deficit. I think the point you're making is there might be parties that generally would be deficit generating in future years that generate a net surplus of credits in earlier years that they could bank. Is that the situation you're describing?
Thank you for doing a better job of articulating the question than I did. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. A company that is generally going to have deficits, that pursues a business strategy from earlier years of banking credits in order to, in difficult years, be able to comply with the requirements of this rule. Why would the rule force them to pledge credits and potentially have to sell them if the price was at the price threshold that you indicated? Why would that be good policy?
Well, the situation you're describing would be if they had credits for more than 5 years, which at the beginning of the program they couldn't do because the program has to be more than 5 years old for that to happen, or they could have more than 10% of the entire credit market, in which case they may be required to pledge their credits. The question is, why would we want that? And it is to potentially protect and keep costs low for other regulated parties. If there is the possibility that one regulated party can have kind of an undue concentration or share of the credit market, that's when us economists get worried about price fixing and price setting. And so there's a lot of regulated parties that might not have alternative fuel pathways that could be exposed in those cases to people holding on to their credits and squeezing the market. And so we want to protect them for the same reason we want to protect, consumers at large, is that would keep the costs from getting of credit purchasing from getting too high. To your point about those regulated parties suffering some undue effect from having to pledge their credits to the credit market, which I think is kind of the root of your concern, which is that they could pledge their credits. They really wanted to hold on to those credits in a future year to use to offset their deficits, but somebody gave them the maximum credit price to buy credits from them, and so they were forced to sell. Well, if that was the case, then the money that they get for those credits is more than they would ever have to pay for credits going forward. And so they would have the option, because they have the cash, more that is at least as much or more than they would need to replace that credit in another year to then buy a credit in a future year to serve the same purpose that you're referring to, which is to bank it and comply with the program further down the line if there's a price spike or something of that nature.
is the forced pledge requirement, at least as it applies to generally deficit generating companies, is that a critical aspect of the rule, or would it make sense potentially to consider scaling that back such that it only applies to credit generators who are speculating in the marketplace and hoarding credits, hoping that it might get a bigger price later?
The problem is how to define a hoarding behavior. We would rather tier ourselves to an objective metric that could lead to hoarding to prevent that circumstance from ever occurring in the first place. It's just a more efficient way we find to address the problem without really imposing any undue cost on anybody that just has to pledge and accept more money, as much or more money than they could ever get. That doesn't seem like an undue requirement to ask. And so we don't need to kind of try to infer what each party's motives are if we just have a hard and fast requirement that everybody knows, and that seems perfectly fair to have. And part of it is we don't have the Star Trek mind reading technology that Dr. Murphy referred to yesterday to know who is, planning on speculating versus not.
Mr. Boutier, even allowing generous allowances for the objections, your time with Mr. Ford has come to an end.
Mr. Drews, I'd like to ask some questions of you next.
Okay.
Mr. Drews, have you read Mr. Ford's written testimony, advanced written testimony? Are you familiar with it?
I have read it. I'm generally familiar with it. I'm obviously not as familiar as Mr. Ford.
And you're aware of the Washington CFS program?
I am aware of that program.
And are you aware of Washington Ecology's cost formula that results in estimated CFS costs for 2024 of 52 cents and 62 cents per gallon, respectively, for E10 and B2.5?
I am familiar with the formula that Washington uses to calculate the compliance cost of the CFS. I do not believe, nor do I see mathematically, given Washington credit prices and Washington CI targets in 2024, that it could reach the level that you just described.
And following on that observation, can you advise on what the CI reduction target was in 2024 and the cost of credits in the Washington program at that time?
I believe it was on the order of 2%. I may have my dates slightly off. The table obviously has a different target for every year. The cost of credits in Washington in 2024 was generally below $50 a ton.
Okay. I'd like to have you turn to page 5 of your advanced written page 7 of your advanced written testimony.
Okay.
In which you discuss credit banking. Can you let me know when you're there?
Can you point out there on that page where I discuss credit banking?
If I can get to the right report, I can probably do that. I must have noted the wrong page. I'll see if I have time to go back to it later. So I'll withdraw the question. Do you recall testifying in your written testimony that in Washington, the state's credit bank build was 115% and 173% of deficit generation in 2023 and 2024?
Those numbers sound approximately accurate.
What was the CI reduction versus baseline for Washington in that period of time, 2023 and 2024?
I believe it was 0.5 and 1% respectively for those 2 years. Again, I would have to consult the specific Washington Clean Fuel Standard tables to absolutely confirm that statement.
Do you know how that would compare? Those low figures would compare to what NMED is proposing under the CTPF rule?
I do know how they would compare. I think it is important in this discussion to contextualize that in 2025, the Washington legislature adopted a House bill which substantially accelerated the 2026 and beyond CI targets because it was generally understood by the legislature and the Department of Ecology that there was an oversupply of credits that was leading to too low credit prices.
And in New Mexico, under the proposed rule, there would be a fairly steep curve to try to get to the CI reduction targets that New Mexico has set for itself up to 2030. Is that correct?
I would say that given the legislative requirements set forth under the statute enabling the CTFP, that the curve is generally about as conservative as one could reasonably go in order to ramp up to that target.
Now, Washington's program is referred to as a cap and invest program, correct?
Washington has adopted a cap and invest program. It does not bear any particular similarities to the CTFP. It regulates different activities, and New Mexico does not, and to my knowledge, is not contemplating a program similar to the Washington Cap and Invest program.
And just so the board is understanding what we're talking about in terms of CTFP versus a cap and investment program, can you explain briefly what the distinction from your perspective is between those two kinds of programs?
Yes, so Washington has adopted a policy which is comparable to the CTFP, which is called the Washington Clean Fuel Standard. Washington has separately adopted a program called the Washington Cap and Invest program. And while I will admit that my familiarity with that program is substantially less than it is with the Washington Clean Fuels Standard, my understanding is that that program is generally applicable to stationary source emissions, which are not considered under the CTFP.
Am I correct that most of the economic projections for CTFP programs would show that over time the rate of increased reduction of CI would increase at some point in the program. Is that accurate?
It is accurate that most of the CTFP-like programs in other states have a declining CI target.
Right. Mr. Copal, as I indicated, I have no desire to talk to you about modeling, so I'm going to call it right here. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boutsier. Let's see. Next, we go to Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. I understand our examiners are on the platform. Who'll be going first? Oh, Ms. Lynch. Yes, okay. Great.
Okay, I think that's good for sound. Okay. Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Kara Lynch, and I'm with the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. I'd like to thank the department for the time and effort in preparing the analysis used for this rule. CCAE is going to conduct cross-examination in 2 phases. I'll be asking Mr. Ford questions, and then my colleague, Ms. Gerson, will be coming forward to ask further questions. Mr. Ford, would you mind turning to your written testimony?
I would not mind.
Thanks. And from there, turn to page 10.
Okay.
On page 10, you state that in addition, NMED at its discretion may defer the CTFP in response to forecasted or emergency conditions. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Can you describe in more detail for us what defer means here?
That is a matter of some discussion in terms of whether the deferral would involve either suspending credit and deficit markets entirely or keeping credit and deficit markets and maintaining no CI reductions. I think the preference for market certainty is the latter, specifically for credit generators that would like to know that they continuously have a market of some variety for the credits that they are producing with clean fuels.
Okay, so did I understand you describing 2 different deferral possibilities?
Yes, and I'm not certain under Section 601. I don't believe that we specifically, explicitly state which of those 2 would be entailed with a deferral, and so I would need to consult text of the rule to and maybe circle back with a more concrete answer.
Okay, thank you. We're just going to focus on the credit deferral mechanisms.
Okay.
Would emergency conditions potentially include a scenario in which a surplus of credits exist?
An emergency condition could occur even though there were a surplus of credits, if it appeared that it would significantly threaten the viability of having a credit market, that I can think of any number of cases where that would be true.
Okay. And would a surplus of credits potentially diminish the value of a credit?
A surplus of credits, this is, we're always instructed to use very neutral language at the Energy Information Administration when talking about price rises and price falls. It would serve to contain the degree to which prices for credits could rise. I suppose that could have the same effect of diminishing the value of a credit, but I just wouldn't put it in exactly those terms. I would say it kind of cushions against or mitigates against high credit price increases.
Okay, so right now you would potentially agree that the regulation does not address scenarios of credit surplus. It's structured mostly to be triggered by a lack of credit supply.
That is correct. I can't think of any provision in the rules that is similar to the Washington state legislation or the auto acceleration mechanism in California or anything of that sort in the current version of the revised proposed new rule.
Okay. In your opinion, would deferring the program reduce the incentive for fuel suppliers to invest in clean fuels?
I think that would depend on your previous question and what the nature of the deferral would be. And there would be a need in any case to more explicitly balance the need of that market certainty for credit generators with protection against very high price increases that could result from an emergency. And I don't think that being able to get really high price spikes is necessarily a disincentive to invest in a program. You generally make your investment with a pretty steady projection of what your revenue stream is going to be. So any such price spike to a credit generator would probably be to the upside of anything that they foresaw, but we would need to balance that with what that would do to regulated parties and consumers of fuel supplied by regulated parties on the other end of the ledger.
Okay, so let's consider a scenario where the department forecasts a credit shortage. Would introducing additional credits to the market help alleviate that credit shortage and potentially bring down credit prices?
When you say introducing credits to the market, do you mean like the state of New Mexico issuing credits, or what are we kind of more explicitly thinking about along those lines?
I'm thinking, along the lines of the market not having sufficient supply of credits, and there may be mechanisms for the department to infuse the market with credits. So, for example, the department could lend, or the market could lend utilities credits, whereby they could potentially charge interest or gain some future benefit from balancing the market.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer.
Compound question, maybe?
A couple of things that also along the lines that we've established that the department's witnesses aren't going to be asked to make decisions about rebuttal testimony. Counsel's question is asking the witness to expressly opine on her client's own redline proposals in the guise of speculation about what would happen. And I just feel that's unfair at this point in the hearing when we do have a rebuttal phase.
All right, Ms. Lynch.
I was simply trying to ask the witness his opinion of whether the market, could be stabilized through the use of a potential mechanism like the one I proposed.
So, okay, so to the extent, Mr. Ford, and we're just going to have to walk this line together, to the extent that Ms. Lynch is perhaps anticipating rebuttal testimony in response to her client's submittal, you do not need to do that and shouldn't do it. My objection, if you will, my issue with the question was there were just so many parts to it. I was hoping you could break it down.
Do you need me to break it down now?
Yeah, break it down now. But again, if it is, as Ms. Sona anticipates, trying to draw rebuttal testimony from him rather than being something that he can base in the testimony he's giving during the direct phase, then he's just going to have to say that.
I do not believe you address this in your direct testimony. I was simply asking the question based upon your expertise as an economist. So please feel free to answer the question as you see fit.
Well, without commenting on any specific proposals or red lines of any sort, I can say Econ 101, if all else equal, and that includes the number of deficits that are out there, you issue a bunch of new credits that increase supply, that would cause the price of credits to decrease. That's just basic economics. Beyond that, I have no further input into any specific proposal related to the policy, to the Clean Fuels program.
Thank you. And I apologize if it was indicated that I was seeking any potential agreement with a specific policy. Now, if you could turn to page 51 of your testimony. We just have a few questions dealing with page 51. There you state, after 2035, the BCA, or the benefit cost analysis, projects that the CTFP becomes non-binding because credit prices fall in response to non-incremental credit options and banked credits fully satisfying the program compliance obligation to meet annual CI reduction targets. Is that familiar?
It is, yes.
Okay. Can you explain what you mean in that section of your testimony in simple terms?
Yes. What that basically says is that, there's a lot of different sources of credits out there. Some of them are things like bringing in additional biofuels into New Mexico that can be used in existing combustion engine vehicles. And some of them are for fuels that are specific to a very specific vehicle type, like electricity. You need an EV to dispense it. CNG, you need a CNG vehicle to dispense it, and so on. And so the NMVES policy drives in the benefits cost analysis more of those vehicles that consume vehicle-specific fuels. And the implication is that those vehicle-specific fuels, they don't need revenue from CTFP credit prices to be consumed.
if a utility, gets credit for supplying electricity for residential charging, they're not looking what's the CTFP credit price today. They're saying, I operate the grid. There's a homeowner that needs my power to fuel their vehicle. I supply it to them. That's my job as a utility. And so there's these credits that are vehicles specific to like certain vehicles, and then credits like fuel supply equipment credits that are just set at a percentage of previous year deficits. And some of those need, and so a lot of those credits, they don't need a credit price per se to happen, because like it's your duty to supply electricity to a household that's using it to charge their vehicle. And so those are vehicle specific fuels. And then based on projections and how much fuel that those vehicles need, there's kind of a remaining balance for things like biofuels or incremental renewable energy certificates, where you do have a choice of like whether you either take your, truck your biodiesel from Texas to California to sell it there, or whether you stop over in El Paso and unload it at a terminal that sends it up to Albuquerque. You look at the relative prices, and those are the incremental fuels that make up the difference between the credits that get generated by vehicle-specific fuels and the extra nudge that's needed to hit our CI targets. And so the credit price always reflects what do you need to get that extra nudge to hit your target. And the way that this works in the benefits cost analysis and the fuel and credit markets module, the FCMM, is there is a time when enough credits from those vehicle specific fuels are generated, because we uptake a lot of zero emissions vehicles in New Mexico over time, and it takes time for us to hit that level. But they generate enough credits plus bank credits that like we satisfy with this scenario and these projections the entirety of what is needed to knock down our CI targets. And so there isn't enough demand, and there's not a need for those incremental credit generating fuels to come here, and the price kind of goes to zero and the market does what's known as collapses. There's just enough supply to meet our targets. And there's a couple of states that are concerned about that collapse happening and have introduced mechanisms to keep demand high and keep the collapse from happening. But that's effectively where we get to in New Mexico in 2035 in this benefit cost analysis model under these scenarios.
Okay. So thanks for that answer. Would you be able to elaborate a bit upon what non-binding is in the analysis that you discuss?
That's pretty much just the situation I outlined with my previous answer, where the need for credits is fully satisfied without incenting any of these incremental fuels. And so the policy is the CI reductions in the policy kind of are taken care of by people doing what they're already doing.
So would you agree then that credit prices will fall after 2035?
They would just stay at zero after 2035 in the scenario that we've outlined, where it becomes non-binding.
Okay.
Because the use of those zero emissions vehicles that are generating the credits are assumed only to continue to increase more and more each year, thanks to other policies that CTFP is paired with.
Okay. I appreciate the response, and you may be glad to know that's the end of my questioning. I'll hand this cross-examination over to my colleague, Sarah Gerson, who's online.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch.
Yep.
Ms. Gerson, can you unmute yourself?
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Good afternoon.
Can you give me the green light to proceed?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Thank you. My name is Sarah Gerson, and as my co-counsel mentioned, I'm also an attorney for Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. And my questions this afternoon are for Mr. Coppell. Before I begin, Mr. Coppell, could you please let me know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly?
You are. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so then let's start on page 13 of your testimony and let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Thank you. So the graph on the top of this page shows PM reductions by calendar year, correct?
Correct.
And PM means particulate matter?
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that this chart shows significant reductions of PM from 2027 to 2035 that are attributable to what you have labeled as CTFP on-road and CTFP off-road or non-road?
I'm sorry, just to clarify, you're asking if these reductions are attributable to CTFP on-road and off-road or non-road?
Yes, let's start there. Are they?
Okay. Yes. Well, the orange in the chart is for the on-road CTFP, and the green is from the non-road CTFP.
And is it fair to say that those are significant reductions?
Yes.
And is it correct that the PM reductions that you've attributed to the CTFP are primarily related to reductions of diesel particulate matter?
That is correct.
And would you agree that that fact is relevant for public health because diesel particulate matter is classified as a carcinogen?
That is correct.
And in general, is it fair to say that the primary reason that you expect the CTFP to deliver health benefits is that when old diesel engines switch from burning petroleum diesel to burning renewable diesel, that the emissions of diesel particulate matter, volatile organic compounds, and nitrogen oxides all go down?
Yes, that was consistent with the chart that I showed today from the UC Riverside study in my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Please turn to page 14 and let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Ultimately, you conclude here that in a scenario where New Mexico implements both the Clean Transportation Fuel Standard that's been proposed and the state's vehicle emission standards, the estimated cumulative statewide health benefits from reduced criteria pollutants are somewhere between $38.2 million and $52.5 million. Did I get that right?
51.5, actually.
Oh, yes. Thank you for that correction. And when you estimated those health benefits, did you assume that all of the renewable diesel that the program supported was used in New Mexico?
Yes.
Are you aware that one feature of the proposed program is to allow fuel suppliers to use book and claim accounting?
I'm generally aware, but I'm not an expert on the provision of the rule.
Okay. Do you understand that under book and claim accounting, a diesel supplier could generate credits based on the environmental attributes of renewable diesel that never enters New Mexico?
Again, I'm broadly aware, but I don't know the specific provision of that.
Okay. Did you study any scenarios in which less renewable diesel is consumed in New Mexico because parties comply with the standard using attributes of renewable diesel that is consumed in other states?
We did not.
In such a scenario, would you expect to see fewer health benefits in New Mexico?
If, just to clarify, if some of the renewable diesel volumes that we assumed for the program was being burned in other states, in other locations, is that the scenario that you're describing? I just want to make sure I understand.
Yes, Mr. Kopel.
If there was less renewable diesel being burned directly in New Mexico than what we assumed for the analysis, then there would be less PM or less emission reduction. Yes.
In New Mexico.
Yes.
Thank you. And this is my last line of cross for you. Is it correct that one of the inputs in your health benefits analysis are the volumes of various fuels that the regulated community uses for compliance?
Yes, that is correct.
And can you confirm that you worked on the analysis that provided those inputs?
Actually, Matt Drews, Mr. Drews to my right, generated the fuel quantities and volumes that we used to then convert to emissions and then ultimately to the health benefits.
Okay. Well, I will ask you about your familiarity with that analysis. I wasn't anticipating any questions for Mr. Drews, but I might have to pinch hit and I might have to ask him questions that you are unable to answer. So just please let me know if that's necessary.
Okay.
In that analysis, is it correct that renewable diesel is the marginal credit generating fuel?
I'll defer to Mr. Drews for that question.
Okay, Madam Hearing Officer, I'm actually not really sure how to handle this. Would it be permissible to ask Mr. Drews a couple of questions and then return to Mr. Kopel?
Yes, I'll keep track of your time. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Drews. Would you be able to confirm that in your analysis, renewable diesel is the marginal credit generating fuel?
In some years, that is correct.
And which years are those?
From 2026 to 2035 in this analysis.
And to put that in plain English, what does it mean for renewable diesel to be the marginal credit generating fuel?
Sure. So generally in economics broadly, but also in this modeling exercise, some compliance pathways or strategies are going to be lower cost than others, which will be higher cost. And by the marginal credit generating fuel, what I mean is that renewable diesel substitution for fossil diesel is the most expensive pathway in those years modeled that is still economically optimal.
Okay. And one of the factors that affects how many gallons of renewable diesel you anticipate being used for compliance in any particular year is the carbon intensity of that fuel, correct?
That is correct.
And for the purposes of your analysis, what did you assume would be the carbon intensity of the renewable diesel used for compliance?
For this analysis, we used a weighted average of the carbon intensity of renewable diesel from the 3 states with existing programs. The reason for that is because we have generally seen that some of the lower carbon intensity feedstocks are limited. These would include things like used cooking oil or animal tallow, distiller's corn oil, things like that. And so our modeling but we've also seen that those lower carbon intensity feedstocks tend to flow to states with programs like the CTFP. And so our modeling in this analysis assumed that New Mexico would realize the same weighted average that we've seen in the other states.
Did you consider the potential for unique facets of the proposed rules in New Mexico to lower the carbon intensity of renewable diesel from crop-based feedstocks far below what you've seen in the other states?
Can you be specific with those facets?
So, in particular, the unlimited use of extremely carbon negative biomethane for process energy.
That was not specifically considered in the analysis. I will note that the benefit cost analysis tried wherever possible and reasonable to assume high cost, low benefit estimates in order to provide the board with a forecast that could be more likely than not under these assumptions to come out on the high side rather than the low side. So for that situation and a variety of other situations where you would generally see a reduction in the realized carbon intensity relative to the assumptions we use, we erred on the side of conservatism in order to reduce the risk that the BCA overstates the benefits or the ease of compliance with the program.
Okay. And isn't it correct that if regulated parties supply renewable diesel with much lower carbon intensity values than what you assumed in your analysis, that the regulated community could achieve compliance by displacing fewer gallons of petroleum diesel with renewable diesel?
It is correct that any individual gallon of renewable diesel would generate more credits. And given the fact that renewable diesel in the years that I indicated was the marginal fuel, if in actuality New Mexico achieved lower carbon intensity renewable diesel than I assumed in the modeling, it would result in a reduction in the number of renewable diesel gallons and the associated compliance cost of the policy relative to what I assumed.
Thank you. And in a scenario where fewer gallons of renewable, sorry, this is actually a question for Mr. Coppell, I believe. Mr. Coppell, are you with me?
Yes.
In a scenario where fewer gallons of renewable diesel are supplied in New Mexico, would you then expect to see fewer in-state health benefits?
Our emissions analysis was developed to scale directly based on the number of gallons of fuel. So yes, I would conjecture that to be the case.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this panel.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Gerson. Let's see, is Mr. Lobdell or Ms. Rayno available for questions? Or do they want to ask questions? No? All right. We'll move to Mr. Sorayas.
Madam Hearing Officer, this is Sam Wade with the RNG Coalition. I believe my colleague Yanni had to step out for a moment, and I can ask our questions briefly here.
Thank you. Please keep your voice up.
Yes, happy to. Hi, Sam Wade with the RNG Coalition. This question is for Mr. Coppell. Would creating a dramatically different approach to avoided methane crediting in New Mexico than we've seen in existing programs in California, Washington, and Oregon skew incentives to build on?
I'm sorry, hold on.
Sure.
We need to ask you to start again and keep your voice up.
Yes, happy to. Would creating a dramatically different approach to avoided methane crediting in New Mexico than in other jurisdictions such as California, Oregon, and Washington, skew incentives to build RNG projects across the various CFS states?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This calls for speculation without being tied to the context of the testimony.
Yeah, sir, I have to agree with that impression from Ms. Zona.
Okay,
Can you
understood.
expand on your question?
Sure, and I believe this question was asked previously to a prior NMED witness, and unfortunately it was my colleague Yanni who asked it, not myself, and he was appointed to this panel.
Okay, but again, it does, the question, I do remember this, some form of this question being posed earlier to another NMED witness. I think, though, it was it was part of a context of questions or a series of questions.
Yes, that's correct. So essentially, we can frame it as a more directly related to the economic analysis, if that's helpful. Did the analysis look at if any changes to the proposed crediting framework for avoided methane were dramatically altered? Would that switch the incentives to build renewable natural gas in New Mexico?
Sorry, who is that a question for?
I believe we were told to direct the question toward Mr. Kupal by the prior NMED witness.
I'm going to pass it off to Mr. Drews.
Sure, sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I just wasn't sure if it was for me or not.
Yes. So the original question we asked was, would creating a dramatically different approach to avoided methane crediting in New Mexico than in other jurisdictions skew incentives to build RNG projects across the various clean fuel standard states? And then as another question I asked in the analysis, was that looked at all?
So generically speaking, if any aspect of the rule changed the carbon intensity of any fuel in the state, that would have an impact on the incentives to produce that fuel in whichever direction the change occurred collectively. To your second question about how that was considered in the benefit cost analysis, as I stated with the previous attorney, the benefit cost analysis strove to generally make high cost, low benefit assumptions relative when there was a degree of uncertainty that we faced. For the purposes of the benefit cost analysis, all renewable natural gas or biomethane was assumed to be generated from landfill gas or wastewater treatment plant gas, which under the temporary fuel pathways in the proposed rule does not make a distinction between avoided methane and being included or excluded.
Thank you. So just to clarify, none of the renewable natural gas in the analysis that you conducted included avoided methane crediting.
That is correct and consistent with the general approach of trying to use low benefit, high cost assumptions.
Understood. Thank you. That's no other questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let me move then to Mr. Nasco on behalf of Growth Energy. Are you with us? Mr. Duff for the National Sorghum Producers. Pam, is Mr. Duff still with us?
No, he dropped off.
All right. Mr. Smith for Rio Valley Biofuels.
He's not on the platform.
All right. Ms. Vera Cruz. Okay.
I apologize for any weirdness about not being a lawyer in my presentation or formalities. I'm Robin Vercruz with Low Carbon Fuels Coalition, and I have a few questions for Mr. Ford. One thing that seemed to be illuminated by earlier cross-examination is that there are distinct interests with regard to credit prices when on one hand you have industry that in general needs a strong price signal, potentially with the exceptions of utilities or others, as you mentioned, to promote economic development and innovation. And then on the other hand is the question of potential consumer impacts, where lower credit prices could presumably decrease likelihood or magnitude of pass-through costs. Does that accurately describe considerations that your analysis and this rule had to balance between?
That accurately describes like general considerations for the rule in terms of like policy making. In terms of the analysis, and Mr. Drews can help illuminate this, but it kind of it's an is what it is analysis. It's a Johnny Friday approach. It's just the facts, man. It takes a set of assumptions and projects forward based on those assumptions and isn't really normatively determining what price is a good or a bad price per se.
Makes sense. I should have asked that to the previous panel, but the cross kind of elicited that, so thank you. In your oral testimony, you talked about maximizing benefits and minimizing costs, which is kind of on the same theme, as being fundamental to the policy design of the Clean Transportation Fuel Program. Mm-hmm. Is it fair to say that technology neutrality plays an important role towards those ends based on your economic analysis?
I would say in terms of maximizing benefits and minimizing costs, that tech neutrality can only help to the good, in the sense that if you want to be open to innovation and new ideas, then being proscriptive generally could only serve to limit them. So if you are tech neutral, maybe that could open up possibilities for new innovations that aren't considered in the benefits cost analysis that Mr. Drews puts developed because of, as he noted, the intentionally conservative, meaning high cost, low benefit assumptions. And so, yes, tech neutrality could open the door for new innovative fuel making pathways that we don't consider that would only serve to provide more upside than what his analysis projects.
Awesome, thank you. Some of the cross-examination, public comments, and testimony that is in the docket but has not, admittedly, not been presented, for instance, API and CCAE, has called into question or called for limiting credit generation opportunities such as book and claim, co-processing, avoided methane, and energy efficiency ratios, for examples. How could limiting credit generating opportunities affect the success of the program from the perspective of maximum benefits and minimum cost?
Madam Hearing Officer,
Ms. Sona.
I would just ask that to the extent this is rebuttal testimony, Mr. Ford just keep it to the answering the question without considering the specific proposals not in the record yet.
All right, so Mr. Ford, you have that caution.
Okay, I can just give a generic high-level answer. I couldn't comment on any specific rule provision because of some of the nature of the status of those. So I would simply say having more opportunities would only serve to increased benefits, it would either be the same or more, greater than or equal to, and costs would only be less than or equal to by having more rather than fewer options.
That's great. And you just anticipated my next question. And I apologize for kind of being prescriptive. I was trying to point to things so that I would give representative examples versus kind of asking for opining on those. In your oral testimony today, you referenced the Bates-White report, and that was footnoted in your written testimony. It is also hasn't been introduced, but is in the docket as Verdi Exhibit 7. And you described it as something like a time series evaluation of relative effects of various factors affecting gas prices in California. And at the same time, you also referenced the Clean Transportation Fuel Program driving market competition. So if I can tie those two together, do you recall what that Bates-White report found in its assessment of relative fuel prices resulting from fuel market competition induced by the LCFS program in California?
So I can definitely, I think it was more an observational rather than normative study in terms of like, I don't recall an explicit mention of like competition being like an independent variable. Their dependent variable, they wanted to look at the effect of the LCFS. And so they took the difference between what's called the reformulated blend stock for oxygenate blending price. And that's the price of just like clear gasoline that hasn't been blended with ethanol yet. And the price of RFG or reformulated gasoline, Cal RFG is called in California. And that's the finished product that's in your pump that goes to your car. And so they look at the difference in prices between those two products, and there's a certain amount that can be explained by different factors. So for example, excise taxes are going to explain some difference in prices. Refiner and distribution profits and margins are going to explain some difference in prices. And then they look at, kind of the unexplained part of the difference between the clear Bob and the final reformulated gasoline. And so they look at those and they find, some sort of counterintuitive findings with regards to what happens to that difference in relation to like credit prices, where a simple view would be, well, when credit prices go up, they should go up by the same amount. When they go down, they should go down. And sometimes the correlation that they find is not consistent with that simple, straightforward expectation. And so that is sort of where they talk about the remaining, the parts of the prices that are like the 90% that is explained by like your traditional crude prices, refiner costs and margins, distribution costs and margins, and excise taxes. Like the 10% remainder, it's hard to like, the correlation of it and like just the LCFS prices is found to be not statistically significant. And that could be for a number of factors. And one of them, to your question, could be, market competition and competition from other fuels. If, you want to pass through the cost of a program, some people, when they look at new vehicles to purchase, and it takes a long time for all of this to get factored into a program, but may reconsider either getting a vehicle that has better mileage per gallon, or getting a vehicle that doesn't necessarily consume gas or diesel as a price response. And so that is sort of, I think, the effect of competition on, and that may have been part of why the correlation did not survive like a null hypothesis test.
Awesome.
That it wasn't statistically significant.
Great. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weckers. Let's see, Mr. Noyes.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'd like to address my initial questions to Mr. Ford.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I am going to have to interrupt wherever you are in about 20 minutes.
Fully understood. Mr. Ford, is it accurate to say that you were the lead person for NMED in the development of the economic analysis related to this regulatory proposal?
For NMED, yes. Obviously, they were published ultimately by the two gentlemen to my left, but within the department, myself and Dr. Rasso and Mr. Vaughn also worked very closely with ERG to my left on a number of their on much of their work as well.
Thank you. And as a result of that role, is it accurate that you're very familiar with the assumptions and methodology that was used to develop the benefits and cost analysis?
I would say so, yes. Not as much as Mr. Drews, but to a pretty decent degree.
Certainly, and as has been the approach, to the extent you want to defer any of these questions to the other folks on the panel, certainly appreciate that. As has been discussed, this benefits and costs analysis encompassed both the social cost of carbon and the health effects costs associated with criteria pollutants. Is that correct?
It is.
And is it accurate to say that in terms of program design, NMED sought to design the program to provide the maximum benefits to the people of New Mexico in two respects? Number one, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and thereby reduce the social cost of carbon in the state? Ask that first, I guess.
Yes.
And number two, also to reduce criteria pollutants as a co-benefit of the program and thereby reduce adverse health impacts.
Yes.
Thank you.
Those are two policy goals. As somebody that works in workforce, I do feel the job creation aspect is one that is also of high importance.
Certainly. So there was on the benefit side, there was a job benefit side, and then there was also an effort to design the program in a way that would minimize the economic costs, any economic costs on the downside to New Mexico citizens.
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the statement in the ERG report, and this is referring to Exhibit 82, and actually I think a recent cross-examiner referenced this, that the particulate matter reductions anticipated from renewable diesel are the primary driver of the NOx, SO2, VOC, and PM 2.5 emission benefits?
I have some familiarity with that criteria pollutant and health analysis, much less than Mr. Kupal, but I am generally familiar with it. Yes.
Why don't I reserve those questions to address Mr. Kupal on those? Returning to the overall modeling in terms of fuel uptake, do you recall to what extent alternative jet fuel supply was also anticipated to be a significant driver in terms of emission reductions?
So one of the model's conservative assumptions is that a number of opt-in fuels, including alternative jet fuel, do not enter the market to generate credits, or just simply are not considered as a credit generating option. And that is, part of the explicit goal of that model to maximize estimated program costs in the name of conservatism. And so there is the possibility that fuels like alternative jet fuel could opt into the program at prevailing prices, generate credits, and keep them from going higher by satisfying program requirements before more expensive fuels are needed. That would drive the per gallon of gasoline equivalent costs for gasoline and diesel below those 16 to 17 cent figures that I cited earlier, which is by design. We assume that fuels like alternative jet fuel couldn't come in and do that, so that, you know, the uncertainty that is inherent in our model is predominantly to the upside of what we considered in the analysis.
Thank you. And as to just to make sure I'm capturing this correctly, is it your response then that the model did not project significant uptake of alternative jet fuel in what, the next 5 to 8 years, or?
In fact, it didn't project any uptake of it didn't consider alternative jet fuel uptake at all.
And was that in part because at the time of doing the modeling, there was a significant discount in terms of alternative jet fuel crediting opportunity relative to diesel fuel of approximately 25% because of the different baselines for those fuels?
No, it was more just to stack the deck in favor of being as conservative, meaning high cost and low benefit, as possible. So if there was a fuel that wasn't explicitly going to be supplied or kind of required in the program, we generally speaking did not anticipate in the model, did not project that it would participate and generate credits. It's not to say that it would in real life, but we wanted to leave that uncertainty of whether it would or not as like additional benefit of the policy that we didn't consider in our numbers, so that we just kind of are giving you kind of, I wouldn't call it a worst case scenario, but a very conservative scenario that is not sugarcoating the outlook. But that does not mean I'm anti-alternative, or anybody here is anti-alternative jet fuel. It's just that's part of stacking the deck. That's part of what we did to stack the deck in favor of being conservative. And if fuels like alternative jet fuel did come along and we're able to sell at prevailing prices, that would reduce the negative impact of the program.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. That completes my questioning for Mr. Ford. I do have additional questioning for Mr. Kupal. Shall I proceed? Thank you. Mr. Kupal, you in your initial questioning mentioned that you spent a significant period of time at EPA. What were the years that you served there?
1989 to 1995, and then 1997 to 2012.
And during that period, you would have, depending if you were an OTAC, is it fair to say you likely were involved to some degree in the ultra low sulfur diesel proceeding that occurred in that time frame?
Yes, I was. I was more tangentially involved with the ULSD rule, but more directly involved with Tier 2 gasoline sulfur rule. The Tier 2 gasoline sulfur rule.
But on a high level, you did have an understanding of the key issues and some of the technical aspects of the ULSD program?
Yes.
Yeah. And referring ULSD, that is the ultra low sulfur diesel. And what does that term refer to from a specification basis? 15 parts per million. And what were the reasons that motivated EPA to pursue that rule as an environmental objective?
I think my microphone may have gone out.
Sounds like it.
So, or is it? It's had enough.
You don't have to answer the question
Primarily, is this better? No? I guess the microphone's done with me.
Can people online? Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So it's our speakers.
Do you want me to proceed, or?
Hold on one second. Can those of you online hear us?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Well, so long as we can be heard online, we're going to have to speak up though, because there are people behind you. So let's all speak up and get through this next 12 minutes.
Okay.
Very well. I'll use what my Professor Hogan called a loud and booming voice. The question was, what were the primary environmental drivers for EPA to undertake the, it was a ULSD rulemaking, correct?
The primary driver of ULSD was to have low enough sulfur in the exhaust to enable after-treatment devices on diesel trucks. So diesel particulate filters and selective catalytic reduction, or SCR, which were required as part of the heavy-duty 2007 and 2010 rulemakings.
And from an emissions perspective, what were the positive environmental benefits from being able to phase diesel particulate filters into the marketplace?
Diesel particulate filters introduced a dramatic reduction in PM from diesel trucks.
And is it accurate to say during the process of that rulemaking, there was significant concerns expressed by the petroleum industry regarding the feasibility and cost associated with the transition to ultra-low sulfur diesel?
Madam Hearing Officer,
Yes.
I believe, although this goes beyond the scope of Mr. Kupal's credibility, although he may have knowledge from that time about these matters, I'm not seeing the connection to his direct testimony for this proceeding.
Mr. Noyes, would you respond?
Certainly, I'm going to bring this back to the issue of renewable diesel and alternative jet fuel and conventional jet fuel very quickly here. So I just wanted to, with NMED, I didn't, are we okay on audio?
They're trying to fix things, so I'm
Okay.
sorry about the cracks.
So I can move through this very quickly and simply to get to the heart of the matter here.
All right. Good
Thank you.
idea.
One of the key factors in ultra-low sulfur, in producing ultra-low sulfur diesel, is that requires significant additional energy inputs. Is that correct?
In terms of the hydro treating required to remove sulfur from fuel in the refining process, yes.
And so returning to the life cycle analysis portion of your testimony, at a high level, can you talk about how the addition of additional hydro treatment might alter the life cycle analysis of a particular fuel?
I can only speak to that generally. I don't know kind of the specific difference in emissions, but I do know that the GREET model does account for the energy required for hydro treating and desulfurization as an energy consumer. And so, yeah.
And you're aware that the ultra-low sulfur diesel rule applies only to, does not apply to conventional jet fuel, correct?
I was not fully aware of that.
Okay. Okay. And very well. So, are you aware of the PAD 3 typical sulfur content being in the 800 to 1,000 range for conventional jet fuel?
I am generally aware that jet fuel has higher sulfur than ultra-low sulfur diesel, but I wasn't specifically aware of that for PAD 3.
Okay. Well, assuming that is generally that conventional jet fuel does use a high sulfur fuel, what would the implications of that be from a air quality perspective in the air basin?
Well, for an engine that does not have after treatment, the main impact of sulfur in the fuel is to generate more sulfur dioxide and sulfate as particulate matter. So SO4 and SO4 as particulate matter, and SO2 as sulfur dioxide. That's aside from any sort of after treatment benefit that I mentioned earlier, but just in terms of the pure sulfur combustion in the fuel.
And in the ERG report, it was noticed that it was stated that the PM reductions were anticipated to come from renewable diesel, and that those were the primary drivers of NOx, SO2, VOC, and PM 2.5 emission benefits that are in your modeling.
That is correct.
And that those reductions provide some of the most significant health benefits that are seen, again, within the modeling from the program benefits.
That's correct.
Was there any modeling within the reports and the work that you did relating to alternative jet fuel also delivering benefits, or in terms of the reduction from conventional jet fuel to a near zero sulfur content that HEFA alternative jet fuel has?
No, as Mr. Ford testified, because those volumes were not included as part of our overall analysis, then those were not part of the emissions analysis or health consideration analysis.
And what are the health effects associated, the negative health impacts associated with the release of those criteria pollutants we've been discussing?
That's a very complex question, actually, and it also depends on exposure levels. And of course, a big part of exposure for on-road vehicles is the fact that there's so many people living in proximity to roadways. And so I think it's, in general, I think I went through the health effects this morning that, diesel ppm is a carcinogen, and there's various other health effects related to PM and ozone. But in terms of the specific health effects of a specific emission reduction, it would very much depend where that was happening.
Thank you, Mr. Kupal. Madam Hearing Officer, may I return briefly to Mr. Ford and then close?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ford, I wanted to get that experience of Mr. Kupal on the ultra-low sulfur diesel into the discussion here to raise the question that to the extent that NMED saw potential real benefit opportunities to displacing high sulfur conventional jet fuel with zero sulfur alternative jet fuel. Is that an area that might have been explored more in the modeling than it was under the set of circumstances that you had?
I think for the. Oh yeah, okay. Is this better? It's green. Oh, I just have to yell. I don't think anybody wants that. For the purposes of our model, we would definitely prefer. I think, and I can't. Mr. Drews is ultimately the author, but I say we because I include he and I as both sharing this preference that the one risk we wanted to avoid was potentially sugarcoating anything about the program. So, like, including a fuel that could help satisfy deficits and had benefits and could reduce the need for marginal fuels that had additional program costs could risk being perceived as sugarcoating in our results. And so we intentionally did not do that because of that conservatism. It certainly would be interesting to run a model that looked at substituting high with low sulfur jet fuel and all the associated benefits and costs. It's just, for our current purposes, not consistent with what we wanted to do, which was give just a conservative view of the program for the board's consideration.
I appreciate and respect that conservatism. Madam Hearing Officer, that concludes all of my questions for the panel. But I do have an inquiry since I have the stand here, which is, am I correct in thinking that Infinium Verde and the SAF producers are next up for direct testimony?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Noyes, before you step away, Madam Hearing Officer, I'm not sure, it's been a long day and I may have missed it, but if Mr. Noyes could clarify which client on behalf of that these questions were for, that would be helpful.
You are correct. I was remiss. This was on behalf of the SAF producer group.
I assumed that with the jet fuel questions. All right. Let me ask if Ms. Tremblay has any questions. Nope. Mr. Weatherby, will you have any questions for this panel? Pam, is Mr. Weatherby on?
He is not.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question, Ms. Sona, and you and Mr. Noyes and I can speak privately, or we can do this. I'm sorry, let's go off, David, please. We can speak privately if other people don't care, but it happens in almost all of our multi-week rulemakings that we break into some fraction of the department's case because the department always gets the most attention to allow someone who's flown in to kind of come in.
So I was actually going to share with you all that we will lose Mr. Kupal and Mr. Drews as they return back home end of Friday as well.
Okay.
So I guess it depends on the board's preference for how they want to approach it. You know, splitting up the testimony of this panel over the week if we need to. Essentially, which one they prefer to err on the side of caution, having to hear virtually.
Okay.
I guess it's probably going to be the way it works out. And depending on how many questions they have and how lengthy Mr. Noyes' client's testimony will be, where we estimate falling to us.
All right. So, Mr. Noyes, can you add anything to this discussion as people pack up?
I can share with you, Madam Hearing Officer, that for Verde, we do not intend to offer any evidence.
Okay.
And for Infineon, we plan to have one witness, and for the SAF producers, we plan to have two witnesses. I do not anticipate that any of the witnesses will take the full 30 minutes. It's hard to project cross-examination.
Sure. Okay.
So would you be comfortable if we finish 4 questions with these guys
Yeah,
tomorrow morning?
yeah.
And then you can
Yeah, I think that'll work fine, and we, to the extent that I think the only way we run over would be on cross-examination, potentially on one of them, and then they could attend remotely to participate out.
All right. Thank you both very much. All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9.